get the stream going. We're live. All right. We're calling this meeting, the convention, to order at 10:37 a.m. Sorry. Okay. Our first order of business is the credentials report and quorum. That's afterwards. Credentialing report first. All right, Elijah? Yeah. Or you would just...
Mr. Chair, the credentialing committee reports that 24 delegates have been duly registered and certified. Quorum requirements are as follows. Majority, 13 delegates. 2/3, 16 delegates. 3/4, 18 delegates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in accordance with Article 7, Section 2, move to amend the credential report to accept as delegates Lydia and John Seabeck.
I think John's actually a delegate. We did check that. He's one of the 24, so this would take it up to 25. Okay, we have a motion to make Lydia Seabeck a delegate. It's been seconded. I think we'll do this the simple way. Is there any objection? Oh, don't you get me started, Laura. All right. Hearing and seeing no objection, Lydia is now a delegate, and we are now up to 25.
I could be an asshole object. I'm not going to.
I swear to God. So it'd still be 13. But this would go. John is actually already a delegate.
Okay, so 25 majorities, 13, 2/3,
15 and
Huh?
2/3, 17.
17. And then that one's going to be 19. Okay, it's been a minute. Oh, okay, perfect. So we have the same motion. Mr. Brian Cole has entered. Do we have Patrick moved it? Sorry. Wait, okay, give me. Okay, we have to get the number down. Let me see real quick.
Do you have a list of all
I do, but it's internet and I can't pull it up on my laptop at the moment because, of course. Mr. Brian Cole is already a delegate, so we do not need that, but the number does go up. Okay, so we're now at 26. No, it'd be 14, right?
Whatever 2/3.
This is really, really handy. That's majority, or 2/3. 26 is 18. So it'd be 5, 6.5. 6.5 times 3, 18, 19. It's going to be 20. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Everyone, the amended credentialing committee report, we have 26 delegates. Majority is 14, 2/3 is 18, and 3/4 is 20. Do we have a motion to accept the credentialing committee report? Moved by Laura Lane and seconded by Jonathan McGee. Okay, is there any objection to accepting the credentialing report? Hearing and seeing none, the report has been accepted, and we will now move on to our next order of business. The adoption of the agenda. So I've got it really zoomed in just so everyone can see. So after the adoption of the agenda, we have officer reports. We only have one from myself and the treasurer, which Ollie will be giving for the treasurer. And then we've got the bylaw amendments 3 and 4. Both of these bylaw amendments are election related, hence the reason why we need to do them before the party elections. After that, we've got Vice Chair, Secretary, At-Large 2, Region 2 and 4, Judicial Committee 2 and 4 elections. We've then got a lunch recess at 12. Then we do the National Convention delegates and alternates once we come back from lunch. And then we resume with bylaws, resolutions, and platform until we're done with time. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Moved by Brian and seconded by John Seebeck. Okay. Is there any objection to adopting this agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the agenda has been adopted, and we will now move on to the reports.
Can you keep that page up, though, so I can
Yes. Okay. And while he's, I'll go ahead and get into my report, everyone. Wrote it down, so. Fellow LPA members, this past year has been quiet, very, very quiet. And I wanted to start off by being honest about that. We did not see significant growth in the party. Our membership is down, donations are down, and engagement has been pretty low. But if you've been paying attention, not just here in Alabama, but across the country, that's not unique to just us. Here's the important part. We also didn't collapse. We're still here. And we held steady where it mattered. At the national level, Alabama has retained 13 delegates, which is what we had at the 2024 convention. And so proportionally, from a national membership standpoint, we are the same. And so that tells me something important. Our foundation is still here. And so then why the slowdown? I think it's kind of obvious. I think 2024 was a pretty intense election, and it burned out a lot of folks, and I think we all kind of just needed a break. And so that's absolutely fine. But now we need to get back in action. The break is over, and it's time to do work. We may not currently have statewide candidates lined up for the 2026 election, but we are going to rebuild, we're going to organize, and then we're going to position ourselves for 2028. Ballot access is not something we can scramble for at the last moment, and so after this convention, we're going to make a concerted effort for ballot access in 2028 using the Allen Barksdale approach of trying to do it by county. We've got two very active affiliates, Baldwin County and Madison County. So those are the two we're going to focus on getting ballot access for 2028. The other issue that the party has had is communication. We don't have a social media and public comms committee at the moment, and so that means all public comms have been through either me or our executive director, Laura Lane. She's been doing a great job, better than me, because I'll be blunt, I am not a social media user. I'm sure most of you are friends with me on it and know that I never, ever post. So there you have it. This is something we do need to correct, because if people don't hear about us, they're not going to find us. They're not going to discover us. And right now, there's a lot of politically homeless people. That election did more than just a toll on us. It did a toll on others as well. And we need to make ourselves known. We need to make some waves, and we need to attract those people. Oh, sorry, you're not able to hear me back there? My bad. So, okay, we don't need perfection, we need participation. We don't need someone doing everything. We need everyone doing something. If we do that, if we take this moment seriously, we can rebuild intentionally. And if we commit to showing up consistently when 2028 comes around, we won't be scrambling. We'll be ready. Thank you for being here, and let's get to work. I would like to now welcome up Ollie, giving the treasurer. Okay. Well, say it into this microphone so that the stream can get it. Oh, the agenda. Testing. It's coming out. Well, this one's coming out of the speaker. This is. Are you able to hear that microphone? Okay, he can hear it.
Well, so be it then. So this was given to me approximately 15 minutes ago, so I just got it. The treasurer is unable to attend due to a medical issue, so I will be presenting the report on his behalf. As of March 2026, the LPA maintains 2 accounts, a state account and a federal account. The state account currently has a balance of $3,033.83, and the federal account has a balance of $5,748.58, with no activity in the federal account since before the 2025 state convention. For the month of March, the state account saw a net positive cash flow of $792.61, meaning we brought in more than we spent. Our recurring expenses include website hosting, software tools like QuickBooks and 1Password, payment processing fees, and other infrastructure that keeps the party operating. Looking at the 2026 budget, we project $15,900 in revenue, $5,550 in expenses, and a net income of $10,350 for the year. Overall, the party is operating within budget, maintaining positive cash flow, and remains in sound financial condition. And so concludes the treasurer's report.
Thank you.
What do you want to do with this? Put this somewhere?
Huh?
Let's leave this here.
Okay, moving on to the bylaws amendments 3 and 4. I will now welcome up Mr. Mike Seebeck.
How would you know? Hey, you asked for that. Alrighty, folks. The proposal 3. Can you hear me all right? Yes. Okay. Proposal 3 has to do with the realignment of some of the officer elections. Turns out there was a problem with having the chair and the treasurer elected every odd year because it screws with the bank account. Whereas if we stagger them, then we have continuity in the bank account, makes life easier with all those details. So the proposal is simple and straightforward. There is an errata here. That proviso should not be in there because that would just jank it all up. So the idea here is very simple. If you scroll down a little more to get the text, there we go. It would just amend Article 4, Section 3B to switch secretary and treasurer so that the secretary is now in the odd years and the treasurer is in the even years. So that's the motion of the bylaws committee. Discussion, questions?
One clarification for everybody.
Yes, sir.
If we adopt this agenda, would we be doing an election for both the treasurer and secretary at this convention?
No. If you scroll up just the very first top sentence there, the proviso, the first line of the proviso is an errata. But the second one, the effect that the treasurer will be elected in 27 and 28, and the secretary elected this year and next year, is what the effect of what this amendment would do. So if we pass this for this year, the secretary would be elected, but the treasurer would not. And vice chairs and chair are still the same. Sorry, Mark? I can't hear what you're saying. I'm going to move to amend to strike the proviso, though, just for purposes of getting it straight.
All right. there's been a motion to strike from Mr. Seebeck, and Mr. Ollie Reese has seconded it. Is there any objection to striking the proviso? Hearing and seeing none, the proviso is stricken. Okay, is there any further debate on bylaw proposal number 3? Hearing and seeing none, this is a 2/3 vote?
Yes.
Okay, so this is 2/3 vote, but we'll just do it the fast way. Is there any objection to bylaw amendment proposal number 3? Seeing and hearing and seeing no objection, the bylaw amendment proposal number 3 has been adopted.
Now, related to this, Mr. Chair, move to amend the agenda appropriately.
Okay.
Suspension of the rules.
Okay. There's been a motion to amend the agenda.
Yeah. Suspend the rules to amend the agenda to put that into the agenda instead of, because I think we have a treasurer for the agenda right now for the elections.
Oh, because we're not doing the proviso, so the treasurer would actually be elected at this one?
Secretary would be.
The secretary was already going to be.
Yeah, it would be treasurer. Now it says vice chair, secretary, the amendment now makes it.
No, a treasurer would be elected 27 and 28. Oh, yeah, no, right. So secretary's out, treasurer's in for this one because of this change.
So the motion is to amend the agenda to elect the treasurer
Instead of the secretary.
instead of the secretary. Do we elect both?
No, it's just, that's a switch. That's all it
It's
is.
a complete switcheroo. So the secretary is going to stay on, and the treasurer is going to be the election. Luckily, we printed out ballots for both, anticipating this.
It's just,
Because the secretary, no offense, like, just go with what it says. Bylaw said that they work for election already. So, I know, that's the reason I'm asking for it.
Well, yeah, and it says until a replacement has been elected, and because we would not be doing that election, they'd stay on because they wouldn't meet that requirement.
That works. I just
Yep.
wanted some clarification.
Yep. Okay. So we had a mover. Did we have a second for amending the agenda? Brian Voss seconded it. And is there any objection to amending the agenda to do the treasurer election instead of the secretary election? And to be in accordance with the bylaws. Hearing and seeing none, the change to the agenda has been adopted.
all righty. Got to do that, fit that in there. Okay, next one was proposal, hang on a second. Let's make the adjustment here. There we go. All right, the next one was proposal 4. There was a request from members of Region 4 to realign with parts of Region 3 and 4 to create a new Region 5. So the proposed amendment is to Article 4, Section 2, let me scroll a little more, to change the number of regional regions and representatives from 4 to 5, and if you keep going a little more, and then to create a new Region 5 from parts of Region 3 and 4, such that we have from Region 3, Choctaw, Marengo, Wilson, and Wilcox, counties, and from Region 4, Baldwin, Clark, Conecuh, Escambia. If I mispronounce these, please tell me. Mobile, Monroe, and Washington counties to create a new Region 5 Southwest, and also rename Region 4 South to Southeast. That is the motion to motion before the assembly.
Okay. Is there any debate? Ms. Laura Lane.
Is pronounced Conecuh
Thank you.
and move to adopt.
I would ask if with the body's indulgence, Mr. Lewis to address this because this was his proposal.
Yeah, it was just a change where the presidential debate was. It's going to be in Region 6. This was just realigned to where it's going to be in
Okay, yeah, we've got a line for debate. So, Mr. Voss.
So first of all, point of information, if I may. Is it currently stated in the bylaws that the convention and therefore any debate when relevant must cycle in order for District 4321, 4321.
There has not been any rule in our bylaws. It has been a custom that we've been doing for a long time, so it's just customary.
But it is not codified.
It's not codified.
Okay, Brian Boss, District 4, I stand in opposition to this. We're libertarians. We don't need to do 4321, 4321 if we want to mix it up. We're voluntarists. Let's discuss it openly and come to a decision as a party as to where we want that debate to happen when it's coming up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Voss. Mr. Mayor.
From Patrick from Region 3, and I agree with Mr. Voss. There are other ways to solve the problem that this is trying to solve. I think it makes another problem as well, which is we typically don't have the chair engage in debate or making motions, and this would make the committee be 11 members instead of 10. With the chair not debating or making motions, we stand at 9 essentially doing that, so that's an odd number. If you do this, you stand at an even number now, and you may have ties. I guess the chair could break the ties, but it does make another issue in that regard in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Norris.
No, that's called. Okay, because he's doctor. Anyways, I also don't like this for the very simple reason that it's to solve a problem that we debate. I don't think we need to solve it. I like the custom, but more importantly, we have a 10-member body. Making it 11 would be clunky in terms of ties, as he mentioned, and more importantly, Region 4, the new Region 4, doesn't have an active county affiliate at all. I'm fine with breaking the custom if we want to discuss it openly, as Brian said, but this is changing it in our bylaws for the regions is a weird way to accomplish something that we can just do at the committee level for the convention as we have in the past. It's a distinction without a difference, and I don't really see the point.
This is bylaw proposal number 4. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it. I stand in opposition due to the fact that we can solve the problem it's meant to solve by normal convention methods. So that's about it, I guess.
Yes, thank you, sir. I also stand in opposition to this absolutely ridiculous and preposterous cacophony of bureaucracy. We will now have 2.5 times more regions than active county affiliates. What an absolute mockery and silliness.
Madison County and Baldwin County. We did have the Greater Birmingham affiliate, but that one became inactive. Oh, that's true. Okay. I think earlier I had said, like, I think I said extremely active affiliates. So yes, we do have more than 2, but the 2 most active with big groups are Madison and Baldwin.
Birmingham's not active right now, and I'm in a situation.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Is there any further debate before we move to a vote?
Mr. Chair, I would only add one thing.
Yes.
It is a better approach to have an odd number of members on the executive committee, just because of the issues of having, yes, the chair could vote to cause a tie or to break a tie, but that is accommodated for in Roberts. Even numbers can cause more headaches than they need to sometimes. In general, the general practice for executive boards, regardless of whether you're talking a political party or a dog club or whatever, is odd numbers on the executive boards.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Seebeck. And it looks like we got one more person for debate. Mr. John Seebeck.
I'd just like to add that the no county affiliate thing is an interesting argument, but however, however, do we even have any of the sort of thing for regions 2 or 3 as is? So that's a data point to consider. That's a point of info.
We do not have any active affiliates in Region 3. We did have Randolph County, and it was actually on the border of 3 and 4. But 2. Sorry, 3 and 2. That's what I meant. And but Randolph County has become inactive. We did have River Region, and then there was also, it's coming at a loss for me, the city just north of Montgomery. No, Patrick, what's just north of Montgomery? Is it Abel? Otaga, yeah, Otaga County, thank you. So we did have an Otaga County that was in the works and kind of going, but.
I move to call the question.
All right, the question has been moved. Is there any objection to going ahead and moving to the vote? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting bylaw proposal number 4, raise your hands. I count 4, you count 4? 5. Oh, 5, okay. 5 in favor. All those opposed? I count 11. Okay, the bylaw proposal fails, and we will now move on to the next part of our agenda, which is the elections. We'll start off with the vice chair. Did you want to, who do you want to help with being teller? We got all the ballots.
We have 1 minute.
Yep. We're going to take a break for 1 minute. Sorry, I didn't. If you check your programs, the party candidates, we had 2 candidates that filed their intention to run for party office. So for vice chair, we do have Lee Lachine, and he is on the ballot. And then Mr. Patrick Merritt is also running for vice chair. Mr. Lachine is not here, but he does have a bio that's in the program. Mr. Merritt, would you like to come up and give a speech to your nomination? Yep, come on up.
I'm going to sit, I'm going to stand. Does it matter?
Yeah, just be careful with the foot on that because I dragged everything off a moment ago.
It's all good. So, as you guys know, I'm Patrick Merritt, and I've had the pleasure of serving since, I believe, 2024, right? Was my first time as vice chair. It's been a pleasure to serve with Sam and all of you guys, as I express every single meeting. Joined the party in 2022. I've really enjoyed it. As the vice chair, you kind of get to make your own role. I've really enjoyed kind of making my role be a guy that tries to go to everything locally, be our feet on the ground, really talking with people, to the effect of, like we talked about last convention, getting a resolution passed by the East Alabama Republican Assembly to support the Defend the Guard Act. And there's been even more talk about that lately. They've been reaching out to me about that, which is great since the conflict started in the Middle East again. And so I really like to continue those efforts. I'd really like to continue supporting Sam, our current chair. I enjoy working with him, and I enjoy working with everybody. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully everyone can see the screen. We've got the two candidates listed. Mr. Lachine is on the ballot. If you would like Mr. Merritt, you'll need to write in his name on the write-in line. Okay. We're going to go vote by folks. Once you've got your ballot filled out, please put it over in this box.
Is Lee not here?
No, Lee is not here. It's possible that he intended to come and then something came up. I need a ballot. Huh? Ruth, can you grab her? You said Ruth is outside? Oh Lord, can you go grab her? Restroom? Mark, would you be able to go tell her that the votes are shut? Huh? Oh, same. Any others? Okay, if we do not have any vice chair ballots out, we'll go ahead and move on to the treasurer and allow the teller to tabulate the votes for vice chair. I believe he's passing out the treasurer ballots now. Mr. Seebeck, are you passing out the treasurer ballots right now? Okay. Okay, so for the treasurer, the only candidate that we have is Clifton Hudson. He's been the treasurer for the past year or two. He was appointed, and then I think he ran at the 2025, and he is now running again because of our nice little bylaw change. He would have been here. You heard earlier a medical issue. He wasn't able to attend. Otherwise, he would be here speaking for himself. But I did confirm with him that he is wanting to run again. Okay? No. No one else is running. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll talk later. Is the box clear for treasurers? Yes. I gotcha. Okay, the results are in for the vice chair election. We have one vote for Lee Lachine. Is that? We have 17 for Patrick Merritt, and then we have one for Noda. Congratulations, Mr. Merritt. You're still vice chair. Okay, then the next, anyone with a treasurer ballot, go ahead and get it in real quick because we're going to move on to the next election. Okay. Okay, the next election is at-large 2 representative. We have one candidate, Ms. Ruth Page Nelson. Her information is also in the program if you would like to read through it. Ms. Page Nelson, would you like to speak to your nomination? Did you want to speak at this one so you don't have to? Okay. You can come whenever.
Is this mic even on? I don't think so either. I was trying to figure which one it was. I asked you. Yeah. So who's at? You're at large too. You're not running. Okay, cool. Because I think Sam made a mistake on that, didn't you? Yeah, we reversed at the last convention. We reversed.
No, there was a reversal.
Noah, Noah and I reversed. So you're last convention. There was a reversal last convention, but I'm not real sure.
Yeah. Give me one moment while we get this information. I do believe at the 2025 convention there was a reversal. Because it was quite interesting when we saw it happen. So from the minutes from the 2025 convention, at-large 1, nominations open. Noah Reese, nominated by Samuel Bowler, accepted, seconded. No other nominations. Result, Noah Reese elected. At-large 2, nominations open. Ruth Page Nelson, nominated by Ash Jennings, accepted. No other nominations. Result, Ruth Page Nelson. Nope, it's fine. Okay, Ms. Page Nelson.
Well, guys, it's been a pleasure. I joined this party running for lieutenant governor, and you all have been very supportive of me. I've been promising to get my division active, and I will get that done. I'll give myself a deadline of August, and from there, we'll move forward to work together. And I just hope that you'll vote for me, and we'll see the difference this time. It's been a long run, and I really appreciate all of the support and the information that has come forward as a result of being a part of this party needs to be spread. Because of where we are right now in our nation with politics, I think that we are actually the party of choice that no one knows about. So it's our job now to make people more aware, and I'll be active in that this year. I appreciate your vote. So please consider me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page Nelson. Very back of the room, and it is now open for business. It is an open bar. Be responsible. Or don't. Wisconsinably.
Dr. Reese, will you join me?
Lord, I shall ride with you.
I've already done it, so it's never
Well, it's fine because they have titles on them, so we know which one's which.
We didn't want to get more of them in there again, so.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Are you making a pile of the average too? Quick question. Anyone from Region 2 here? Raise your hand. Anyone from Region 2, raise your hand. Are you Region 2? Okay.
At large too. Sorry to tell you that. It's just the way it happens. Yeah, it's okay. Just mirror my next Last call for at-large 2 ballots. Come on. Hey, John. Yeah, put this out. Put that out. Okay, actually, it's just like hanging around.
Another example of oppression in minority. So here it is.
Okay, everyone, if we can pipe down for a second, I'm going to announce the results from Treasurer and At-Large 2. Okay, for Treasurer, we have 16 votes for Mr. Hudson and 3 for none of the above. So congratulations, Clifton. If you watch this recording, you are still on as Treasurer. And then for At-Large 2, we have 17 votes for Ms. Paige Nelson, and then 0 for write-in or none of the above. Congratulations, Ms. Paige Nelson. Okay, we're going to take a quick we'll call it 5-minute recess. Or standing, okay. Stand at ease for 5 minutes. The next one is the region reps. We're coming back to order at 11:43. We have just one more election to do before lunch, and I think we're still on time because we're doing the delegates after lunch. Okay, perfect. So we've got Regions 2 and Regions 4. For Regions 2, we have Lee Lachine as one of the candidates, again, in the program. And then the other candidate is Mr. Brian Cole. I believe you are the only Region 2 delegate here. So the only person you would be speaking to is yourself, but if you want to speak to your nomination, you are free to. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Cole.
Thanks for doing it, man.
He's the only Region 2. Is there any other Region 2 person here? Raise your hand. Yeah, I think it's just him. Okay.
Vote for yourself as many times.
Yep. Okay, this just in. The results of Region 2 rep have come in, and congratulations, Mr. Cole. Okay, so Region 4 rep, do we have any nominations? Do we have any nominations for Region 4? Okay, Mr. Mark Lewis nominates Brian Voss. Do you accept the nomination, Brian?
Do it. Do it.
Okay. Mr. Voss has accepted the nomination. Did you want to speak to it? Did you want to speak to your nomination, Brian? No. Okay. We'll go ahead and everyone from Region 4, please congregate around the pizza, and we'll pass. It's the only area off to the side, people. Okay, congregate around that table back there, the square table all by its lonesome. And Mr. Seebeck will pass out the ballots for Region 4.
The Burnt Bean Committee will be meeting near the pizza for this period of recess.
we can do the JC and delegates after. So moved. Okay. Moved by Laura Lane, seconded by Lydia Seaback. Yep. Is there any objection to amending the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the agenda has been amended. Feel free to go ahead and grab some pizza. We've got cheese, pepperoni, meat lovers, supreme, and then a buffalo and a spinach Alfredo one as well. And then a veggie one with no cheese if you're vegan. Okay. And the tally has come in. We've got 7 votes for Mr. Voss, 1 NOTA. Congratulations, Mr. Voss. You stay on as Region 4 rep. Okay, and we are now at recess for lunch at 11:50.
I'm coming back. There you go. Yeah, if you can get out there, even just look.
Okay, everyone. AJ? Yeah. We are calling this meeting back to order at 1:06 p.m. Although we do need to wait for our secretary to get back for minutes. Oh, is he like gone off the premises? Hey, would you mind taking minutes for him while we wait? Psych, we're going to go back to recess for a few more minutes. Okay, we are calling this meeting back to order at 1:07 p.m. And our next item of business is the Judicial Committee elections. We will be starting off with Judicial Committee seat number 2. Let me get this back up. We're doing the Word documents. Okay. Okay, do we have any nominations for Judicial Committee seat number 2? Yes. I believe number 2 is currently Mark Lewis, and then the next one's going to be number 4, which is currently Jonathan McGee. You're welcome. Okay, so Mark is going to be one of the candidates. He accepts the nomination. Do you want to speak to your nomination? He is good. Sometimes the best nomination speech is, I'll save you guys time, right? Okay. Okay, ballots for seat 2 are going to go out. And while we have that going out, let's see if we can go ahead and...
I'll move to close nominations.
Yes, any objection to closing nominations? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while we have the vote, or the ballots going out, we can go ahead and open nominations for seat 4. Oh, okay. Do you accept the nomination, Jason?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So it's a judicial committee. We have 5 seats on the committee. And so the even ones are done on even years, 2026, and odds on odd years. Did you still want to? I know I was basically volunteering. You're okay. All right. Are there any more nominations before we close nominations? Hearing and seeing none, we will close nominations, and we've got Jason Ganella for.
Who's number 2?
For number 2, we've got Mark Lewis. Should we- You got a better ballot box.
2 and 1 and 4 and the other.
Oh, which one were you doing
It
to?
doesn't matter, just stick the one for one and one for the other.
There's already 2 ballots in this one. You want me to check which one they're for? Alright, all 2 are going in this one. All 4 are going into the crappy box.
Keep it separate.
2 is on the white box. 4 is the crappy box.
Gotta keep them separated.
Ding, 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 ding. 2 is the white box. 4 is the brown box. Two white box, 4 brown box.
This goes, 2 is white, 4 is brown. Okay, how are we doing for 4?
Yeah, he's still passing out those. Are you good?
Wait, which is 4?
4 is the brown box.
Okay.
While we're waiting for all the ballots to come in, if you've got anyone in mind that you know would like to run as a delegate, or a national delegate, maybe make those phone calls right now to check on the nomination. I think Michael probably. Thanks. Which one is it? 4, brown box. Yep, brown box, perfect.
Okay, any more for JC2? Okay, any more for JC4?
Okay. You want me to go ahead and start open nominations for delegates?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start opening nominations for delegates to the National Convention. Lydia, do you accept?
I'm gonna be there anyway, of course.
Okay. All right, we have Mr. Michael Seebeck.
I nominate myself.
Okay. John Seebeck. Let me start putting down the.
Yeah, you better start making notes.
And I accept. I'd like to nominate my wife, Julia Bowler. Julia, do you accept the nomination? Yes. We have 13 seats. I have a feeling we will not be able to fill them all here. So this is just the delegates at the moment? Correct. Okay. I figured.
It would be really funny if you nominate yourself and refused.
Hey, Gary. Hey, Gary. Gary, were you able to get a hold of Michael? Still waiting? Okay. Okay. Yeah. And maybe talk about the thing you wanted at your nominating speech.
It's closer to Chicago.
Do what? Yeah, I mean, you can mention it because that's a good reason to have you there. Okay. Okay, Ms. Paige Nelson. Okay. Do we have any other nominations for national convention delegates? Laura? You're nominating yourself? Perfect. Probably should have done this as like a bulleted list so we could see how many we have.
I got Mike Seebeck, John Seebeck, Sam Bowler, Ollie Reese, Julia Bowler, Ruth Page Nelson,
Oh, Lee Lachine? I do have. Oh, and yes, you're right. He actually nominated himself. Thank you for catching that. In fact, we'll put him at the very front because he was the only one here, along with me. Thank you for catching that, Ollie.
We have a maybe. We're waiting for a response from a Madison County member, so we have one more meeting.
Okay. Well, we can wait a moment. I think we're also waiting for someone from Region 4 too. Mark, you want to be a national delegate? Huh? Okay. Well, we're waiting a few more moments to see if we can get a few other people on the phone.
Not yet.
So the bylaws currently have it that we do delegates and alternates separately. They're both approval voting. So the ballots will just have a bunch of lines that you can fill out all the people from this list that you approve.
Can you write everyone but NODA? Just for everyone that allows, or we have to listen by name?
Mr. Teller, is that acceptable to you?
What's the question?
The question is to make it easier to fill out the form. If they're okay with everyone on the list, they can just say everyone but NODA.
No. Just write the list. Don't be comfortable. I'm saying no. I'm a secretary. I exercise arbitrary power over matters of record.
Technically, it's okay, but I think the smarter way is to do it individually. Okay.
Oh, wow. It took a long time to get the same answer I gave.
Okay. All right. We're not closing nominations yet. I think we're still waiting on maybe 2 other people that potentially want to be delegates. All right. So the tally is in for Judicial Committee seat number 2. We've got, it was Mark, right? Yeah. 17 for Mark Lewis and 2 for NODA. Congratulations, Mark Lewis. And then for Judicial Seat 4, we had 17 votes for Jason Ganella and 1 vote for Julia Bowler.
It's not a typo.
Yep.
That is not a typo.
Congratulations, Mr. Ganella.
Yeah, I double taked on that one myself. I double taked on that one myself. Any more nominations?
No.
Hand that down.
Alternate? Okay.
Give it to Elijah.
Huh?
Give it to Elijah.
Okay. Is there any objection to closing nominations? Hearing and seeing none, we will. Oh. Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Where you going, Patrick? Am I going? National?
And oh, and then you. Huh? No, we're 3 shy. Okay. We've got 11 candidates. I'm going to make it slightly smaller just so we can fit them all on the page. All right. Word is being weird with its indenting. I'm sure you can figure it out. Oh, and did anyone want to speak to their nominations? Yep. Okay. Everyone, we're doing the nomination speeches for the delegates. Ollie said that he is more than likely going to be the sergeant at arms at the national convention again.
For all that matters. It's not going to be that contentious, but they want someone to help control the stage, and I was like, okay, because we're probably going to be up front again.
Yep. I'll do my own nominating speech real quick. I pretty much was on the floor the entire time and barely even left, even for bathroom breaks. And made sure that everyone was there, but I was at every single vote, including calling the question and everything, like every single one of them, and doing my best to get everyone to be there for the votes. And I'll speak to Julia's nomination. She was an alternate during the 2024 convention, and she didn't get to vote a single time, but she was there the entire time at the very back of the room, and then she was getting provisions, which allowed me to help stay in the vote every single time without having to leave, except for bathroom. So I would like to give her the opportunity to actually get to participate and vote this time around.
And I'll speak to Mike Seabeck. He's going to be head teller. He's going to be, he's on platforms, he's on bylaws, he's going to be a busy man, and he's going to represent our state.
And folks, I need tellers.
Yes, yes, please, if you
I need tellers.
And yeah.
All you need is a laptop, and I train everybody.
John, did you want to speak to yours? Your-
I just felt it was important to participate in sites to ensure that it doesn't destroy the party further.
We want
Yeah.
John to lose his national convention virginity.
You always lose something though, right?
I don't know, that's between the two of you gentlemen. I'm going to have to sit that one out.
Ruth, did you want to speak to your nomination? Yeah, I think you spoke earlier pretty well. Patrick and Jonathan McGee, did either of you want to speak to your nomination?
Just very briefly.
Yes, Mr. McGee.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, most of you in this room know me. I'm a former executive director of this party, former vice chair, former member of the Judicial Committee. Part of my reason for not running again for the Judicial Committee and running to be a delegate at this national convention is because a few months ago I declared my candidacy for national secretary.
Whoa.
Hey, Jonathan, talk to Tom Roulette. We want to talk to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGee. Did we miss anyone that's here? Laura, did you want to speak to your nomination?
Sure. I do what I want.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Lane. Mr. Lewis, did you want to? Oh, same as last time. There we go.
Good man.
And then Patrick, did you want to? Or?
I love you guys.
Aw, we love you.
Beers in the back.
The feeling is mutual.
I have no strong feelings.
I love it more.
It's not a competition.
I love it more than that.
That's not what she said.
You remember how last convention you wrapped the ballots in rubber bands? Yeah. I got a bag of rubber bands.
Good.
I'll find it.
I just want to clarify that just because somebody doesn't put numeral here, that it doesn't split the vote between me and my father.
See, what?
Yes, by the way, anyone voting for Mr. Merritt, he's actually Patrick Merritt II. I just updated the screen. Sorry about that, Patrick.
He's the only one on the list.
So does that make his previous election null and void?
Is my dad really the vice
You're
chair?
You're violating the statement of principles by misrepresenting. Yeah, on the previous one for vice chair, I did have it right.
So that when you were counting, you weren't counting us as two different people.
He's not on the list.
Okay, yeah.
Well, not now.
Not in there.
Thank you.
But if somebody writes him down, he is the first.
Okay, sure. Okay. You guys make my life hell.
I think we get enough balls and roll the dice. We might actually have a delegation.
Yep, I think so too.
Or at least be close.
Well, technically, we're at the moment we're allowed 50 alternates.
No, in our bylaws, we cap ourselves at 13.
Yeah, I know. National says 50. That we're going to change that at the convention. Because it makes no sense for 107-seat California having only 50 alternates, but the 2-seat East, they have 107 delegates.
They don't want to also.
You know, 50 max alls, but at the same time, it's like a Rhode Island with 3 delegates, that's 50 alls. That's like really jacked.
Yeah, but
Okay. Any more national convention delegate ballots? Sir, I think this is
Yes, Mr. Merritt.
That's when all these are counted, is that each person that is on a list, on a ballot, has to get a majority of votes in order to be, that way it works.
Oh, you're asking if it's a majority or a plurality?
I think as long as you don't vote for fine.
Yeah, give us 1 second.
find the answer to the question.
I'm pretty sure it's just 4 to 1.
I think there's actually a possibility that it may be majority.
Flipping section of time.
It was, I just was just reading it.
We got a quick site. Here we go. One vote, majority vote, secret ballot by approval voting.
Yep, so it is a majority if you.
Hold on, look at subsection E. Of, subsection E of section 6. The way I read that, you sent it more than the other.
Hold on. Let's find the right page. Yeah, if they receive less votes than no, then they don't get them. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the majority of the ballots, it's no. Right? Is there a different agreement there?
No, it's majority vote by approval voting, but if no to outvotes them, then they don't get, even if they have a majority, then they don't get none.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
So for some reason, out of the 11 we have up there, say no to finishes third. that everybody below that, regardless of what majority they got, don't get nominated. It's a little weird, but the odds of it happening are about the same as me winning the lottery. Yeah. Okay, last call for ballots. Okay. Let me start tapping. It's gonna take a minute or two. Because there's a one here.
Oh, and yeah, also part of that bylaw, an interesting thing is that any delegate that's not elected by majority vote to be a national convention delegate shall be ineligible for vacancy selection as a national convention delegate by the EC. I believe you're right, because it didn't say delegate or alternate, so I would agree with your interpretation. I like how with the alts, its ties are broken by a draw. Like a straw, yeah, drawing a straw.
I bought the six-sided tie-dye die.
I was just thinking it'd be hilarious to be like, all right, here are all the straws. Whoever gets the short one is out. Okay, double checking. We've got all of the national delegate ones in. Okay, well, Mr. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, do we have, you want me to go ahead and open nominations for alternates? You okay with that? Yeah. Okay. While people are finishing voting and the teller tallies, we'll go ahead and open nominations for alternates for the National Convention. Does anyone here want? All right.
I'd also nominate Caroline Woody from Huntsville, who is moderately active and that might be interested. I'll nominate Michael Reed.
Okay, so we had Ollie, so there was Noah Reese and Caroline Woody.
She moved here in the last, she paid her dues recently. Moved here about 4 months ago.
Okay.
Michael Reeves.
Michael Reeves. He's good. Perfect. Okay. Are there any other nominations for alternates? Okay. Elijah has nominated himself as an alternate. Perfect. Thank you.
And I thank you all for having such clear handwriting. It helps.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, trust me, I would be asking, but yeah, the bylaws.
It's not clunky, it's just...
I would say of the two, doing that with the delegates might make more sense than the alternates because the alternates are ranked.
It's true. Good point. They are?
Yes, they are.
Oh, right, whoever pulls it, yeah.
Substitution, yes.
Right.
Because that way we have an order of who gets promoted to delegate. Yes, we'll begin ballots for alternates.
Ben's fighting words.
Yeah, you know what she said about Bobby's rules?
Screw me out. Okay, somebody filled in, it says here, CBEC times 3. It's not your handwriting. So, whoever did this, please come up here.
Clarify that.
Yes.
No, there's only 2 up there. I guess you got to write it.
Everybody's a write-in in this case. Seriously, who did this? Yeah, strictly speaking, doesn't it violate the CC of the ballot? Strictly speaking, I don't know whether this is a spoiled one or not. Oh, God.
Well, I think technically you can write in more. It would just be.
I believe that might be the Ollie's. It looks like it's handwriting.
Well,
That looks like Ollie's handwriting.
Ollie, come here.
No. All right, hold on. But yeah, in all seriousness, no, they're all write-ins, and so it wouldn't be a spoiled ballot.
Yeah, but like, there's 2 different CBECs on the ballot. How do I tally this?
Well, there's 3 CVACs here, so times 3.
She's not a delegate.
Hence, it would just be you 2 because she doesn't qualify.
That's a write-in. You can write anybody you want. It's got the small writer on, just to keep you elected.
What?
It's only a secret if you don't have very unique handwriting.
You can't follow directions.
It was a writing, wasn't clarification. Okay, I think it was writing in your writing.
Okay.
I enjoy such a Asian cuisine.
The door. She's taking a while.
The last one is mine.
Well, I think it's time for another slice.
Oh. Do what? Okay.
Okay, we have 10. Now then, take all this shit we have to do.
Yeah, I wish I had had enough time to design two sides to it. But you can always call tails 100% of the time. Just mess with someone and be like heads or tails and then So this is the tally for the delegates. And then so on the alternates, we haven't gotten there yet. Caroline Woody may not be qualified. She doesn't appear to be a member. And that is a requirement, I believe. Let me double check that.
Yeah, it is required.
Yes? You have people who want to get credentialed? Okay. Send them up. Oh, yes. I saw the payment for packages. Did you want to also become members of the party? Oh, just packages? Okay. Go over here and you'll get your swag. You also get swag bags. Ollie, that counter over there. And Brian, they'll need a permanent marker written in attendee. Name badges written in attendees. Huh? Yes. Okay. We have the tally in for the national delegates. Huzzah. Okay. Mr. Lachine got 17 votes. Paige Nelson. I was like, I can't read this. Okay. Miss Paige Nelson got 19 votes. Mr. Seebeck got 19 votes. Mike Seebeck. Mr. John Seebeck got 19 votes. Myself, Samuel Bowler, got 18 votes. Julie Bowler got 19 votes. Oliver Reese got 19 votes. Jonathan McGee got 19 votes. Laura Lane got 18 votes. Mr. Merritt got 19 votes. Mr. Lewis got 17 votes. And then Lydia Seebeck got 1 vote. That was a write-in. So all of those are above the majority, so we now have 11 delegates. And 2 slots for vacancy, huh?
I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I put merit 2.
Do we have the ballots out for the alternates? Oh, yes. I think we don't have any more nominations for alternates. They're closed, and I'll scroll down. And huh? Oh, we can always appoint her later, but yeah, right now at the time it doesn't look like she's eligible.
You want to remove her because she hasn't replied? I texted her.
Oh, no eligibility issue.
Oh, she's not a member of state. That's true. Okay.
Yep.
I hadn't even thought. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, so there we go.
Find the box, throw it in, you know.
There you go. Cheers. Thank you, dear. Straddle that line up, please. Yeah, you wouldn't like that one. That's pretty tough. Yeah, it's right. You're right. It's still pretty
The penmanship here is off the charts.
That counts as 10.
Come on, you know, this is how attorneys work. It's, last weekend was May.
Look at these.
Why? He's already got it.
Can I go with you? I'm just messing with you. Oh, okay.
Small. I had 17. Okay, let's check.
Okay.
That should be right.
All right. I just want you to
How many delegates? Max was
All right.
19.
Thanks, man.
It was 19.
And then, okay, that should be the correct number.
16 or 17?
16 should be the correct number.
Matt Shelby is due.
All right, so we need to update. Nope. Yeah, I overcounted.
Based on inside information, your second count.
Okay, everyone, there was a recount on the national delegates on because a complaint was raised after there was some, I guess, talking of people, looking at the max number of people and then the amount of votes. It's not a big one, but Mr. Lachine got 16 votes instead of 17 votes. Oh, you mean because of that? No, he still got a majority vote. And there's no ranking on the delegates.
That's the most important.
Okay.
It's the most important. So before he jumps, no jump or stuff. With this to the front.
Oh, I'm sure we will. We could pick up some of that. We could certainly get it. I should have.
Excuse me.
Really?
Okay. Everyone, the votes have come in for our alternates, and the totals are as follows. 19 for Dr. Reese, 19 for Michael Reeves, and 19 for Elijah Boyd.
There you go.
Congratulations. Oh, yes, we're not done quite yet because,
There's more.
yeah, oh wait, there's more. Because of, the bylaws state that if there is a tie among alternates, that it will be decided by a drawing of the straws, or straw draw? Because they have to, alternates have to be ranked.
So we actually have to draw straws?
Or something to that effect, yes.
So we need 3 straws.
I volunteered for the short straw.
Okay, well there, it settles it. And Michael Reeves and I will face off with straws if one of us goes, we both go.
Oh, that's true. It's going to be kind of hard because Michael's not here. I guess we could roll for
Random draw.
random. Oh, sorry, random draw.
Mr. Chair, move to suspend the rules to decided by a dice roll.
We'll just do
Okay.
We'll do it at national. If anyone shows up,
Elijah, do you want to take the?
I said that the dice roll should.
I would ask him that. If we're all there, and
Dr. Weeks, we know that we all love process and honor here.
you're right, I forgot.
Okay, so there has been a motion to suspend the rules and decide the ranking by roll of dice.
I second.
Yeah.
All right, it was already seconded by John Seebeck. Okay. Is there anyone in objection to suspending the rules? Everyone, is there any objection to suspending the rules and deciding the tie by roll of dice?
Some bylaws and the nature of rules can be suspended. That one is in the nature of a rule.
It is the nature of the rule.
Because it's about process and operations, not structure.
Say that again?
I said just rule that we'll follow the bylaws and then we'll overturn your ruling and then be essentially.
How about I just get some straws?
Oh, hey, Mr. Reese, there's one issue. One of the alternates is not present.
Noah, would you?
Oh, yeah, okay, we can have a stand.
Volunteer to be the short stall loser.
Sure.
Okay, so now Michael Reeves will be number 1.
Oh, yeah,
Noah,
yeah.
and then I will.
You got the straws?
I'll resign to the 3rd place.
That's fine, fine order.
Hmm?
Michael Reeves, me and then Elijah. Agreed to by 2 out of 3. Then Michael Reeves is drafted, forced into servitude. Just
Yeah,
like
I don't really care. But you consent to it. I don't really care. I'll suspend the rules.
consensual slavery.
Something
You get to marry.
You guys just told us why there's volunteering or something. We've already done that.
Are all 3 different?
It is the shortest straw.
Elijah.
Well, that way nobody random.
You'll draw for what's his face.
Okay.
One left.
Yeah, I bet it. He got the short straw.
Okay, now you two. He's going to be the one at the bottom. And invite. Yeah, hold on, we almost got it. You need to bite one more.
I'm okay with any outcome.
You got the other short straw. I bent it with my thumb.
Okay, so the order is Michael Reeves, Elijah Boyd, then Noah Reese.
Perfect.
Okay, so give me that. Say that again. What's the order?
It is Michael Reeves, Elijah Boyd, Noah Reese.
Oh, okay.
Make sure we get that. Make sure we get that recorded.
You can shoot on it right there. Look, it's shoot on. Totally legitimate. It's just got absolutely as well as the American democracy, all right?
Here we go. We're going to storm the stage.
Article 6, section, or excuse me. Article 7, section 16.
Okay, now that we've got the alternates figured out, including the ranking, we will move on to our next item of business, and that is the bylaws, resolutions, and platform. We will be kicking off with bylaws, and I believe Mr. Lewis has a motion to make. Okay, Mr. Lewis would like to suspend the rules and move bylaw proposal number 13 to the top of the list. It's been seconded by Mr. McGee. Is there, I don't think that this is going to be a controversial one. Is there any objection to it or any request for debate? This is moving number 13 to the very beginning.
This is to suspend the rules to change the order of.
Yes.
Where's number 13 at?
Okay, I gotta read this.
You're looking at the platform. That's the bylaws.
What? You can do it.
No, I think Sam would do this, because he could go to Montgomery and look for us for free.
Okay, Mr. Lewis is requesting that I speak to it. I guess I'll just do a brief. I believe bylaw proposal number 13 is making it more difficult to dissolve the party because as it currently stands, through a technicality, the chair would be able to potentially unilaterally dissolve the party.
Is that really true?
Yes,
it is.
The way the bylaws are written, the chair could go to Montgomery and dissolve the party.
That's true of our state bylaws? Or that's
Of
true
our state bylaws.
No kidding. Okay, that's the way you need that.
Yep. Which,
Well, why don't you do it? I mean, it's like 3 hours up the road.
yeah, can I catch a ride with you to Montgomery on your way back to Huntsville? Okay, is there any objection to moving this to the first item? Hearing and seeing no objection, the motion passes, and we will start off with bylaw proposal number 13. Mr. Seebeck.
Can we put that up on the screen somehow?
Oh, yes, we can.
It's like towards the bottom. There it is. That's it.
Oh, that was it.
There it is. All righty. Okay, welcome to the sausage factory, folks.
I just have a quick, can I just ask a clarification question?
Sure.
Okay, so what is meant by the phrase, with the same threshold required for any additional affiliations?
What that means is that if for some reason we disaffiliate with the 7/8, a new affiliation of a new state party would have to be approved by a 7/8 votes of the state delegates before it would go up to national. Correct.
Oh, because this is dissolution and disaffiliation.
Right.
So the state party could still exist after a disaffiliation, and so it's talking about reaffiliation.
Or if the state party wanted to reaffiliate with like the Reform Party or the Constitution Party or something.
Or, for example, say the current Ellens, say that the state party disaffiliated from the current Ellens National Party, but then a convention intervenes and we want to reaffiliate with new leadership.
Okay. All right. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. All right, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. Thanks, man.
Okay, let me read this off just to make sure everybody's understanding what's going on. Let's settle down to a dull roar, please. This was Proposal 18 in the last report, which didn't get heard at the last convention. Most of these were carryovers from that convention, just so you know. We've had some cases in the past where we've had a couple of state affiliates. Virginia was one, New Mexico is another. Washington, as we speak, possibly. Depends on what they did yesterday. Whether they were going to dissolve their party or disaffiliate from national. There's nothing in our bylaws allowing that, and without this in there, the only way that there would be a separation is if national disaffiliated us, and that's a whole set of national bylaws processes, which is a mess. This would give us the option if we were so pissed off at national, or we were so dysfunctional as a state affiliate that we could cut ties with national, break things up here, and reform without any issues. So here's what it would say. This would be a new Article 12, which is the bottom of the bylaws. Dissolution and disaffiliation, Section 1. The party shall be an affiliate of the National Libertarian Party, which we already know. Such affiliation may be severed by the party, being the state party, only by a 7/8 vote of all registered delegates at an annual convention with the same threshold required for any additional affiliations. Notice of this action must be included in the call to convention. Section 2. The party can only be dissolved by a 7/8 vote of all registered delegates at annual convention. Notice of this action must be included in call to convention. So the committee moves.
Okay.
Now, I want to emphasize one thing. The notice in the call to convention is important because it prevents a blindside from happening.
Okay. Is there any debate on this bylaw amendment proposal?
Are we still on the amendment to this schedule?
Oh, no, that passed. It passed without objection. Okay. Seeing and hearing no request for debate.
Call question?
Well, we're going straight to a vote now. We'll just do a quick check. Is there any objection to this bylaw amendment proposal? Anybody? Bueller?
We make the bylaw problem. Doesn't it say we have to do it by specific method?
That's a fair question.
What if we do it without objection and then no one challenges it?
I think it's
How about that?
I believe it's.
It should be right there, right by your right hand.
We're good.
No, next. We're good?
Double check.
Okay.
It's not one. It's the reason I come to convention.
This is the reason we get to convention. There is no other reason.
The reason I was here.
And let's be fair, it's great that we don't have that because otherwise we'd be here all day. Well, I mean, we are going to be here all day,
That
but
sounds like fun.
we'd get less done all day.
Close the beer, double the coffee. We're staying here till midnight.
Okay, the bylaw amendment passes, and we will now resume with the normal ordering of bylaw amendments. Mr.
All right.
Seebeck.
One quick moment. Let me. Yes, that is a summary. Anyway, alrighty. So we're back to the top of the pile. Proposal number 1. This has to do with judicial committee vacancies. We noticed there was a little problem in here on the bylaw on Article 7 about what happens if the entire JC is vacant. But the problem, well, no, the problem was this. There's a thing in here that says a special convention can be called to fill the vacancies. But there's a problem because the special conventions bylaw says you can't have elections at a special convention. You see we got a problem here. So we do the special convention to elect somebody, but we can't elect anybody. So no, that's a problem. So we made a proposal here for Article 7, Section 7E to solve the problem. Would read as follows. Article 7, Convention, Section 7E, elections shall not be held at a special convention, add the words, comma, except if the entire judicial committee is vacant.
Dr.
I move to call the question.
Then it's not a vacancy.
Is there objection to calling the question on this bylaw amendment proposal? There is an objection, so we will take it to a vote. By raise of hands, who would like to call the question?
There was some like there too.
Okay. All opposed? The nays have it. We are back in debate.
Point of information.
Yes.
If the entire judicial committee is vacant, can we have an election for the chair
of the committee?
He's right. Technically, it's an if-or statement. Therefore, if the entire judicial committee is vacant, we can have elections for anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting.
No. Well, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's great. I'm in favor of it. Let's go.
No, actually, he has
Who call the question?
Which number?
Can we be in order a minute, please?
Bring yourselves to order, Mr. Seebeck. Which proposal
This
number
is
is
one. Yeah, bring up the screen. Bring up the screen. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second, folks. Let's let the screen catch up.
All right, we got the screen. Mr. Reese.
I have a motion to add at the end of subsection C, the entire judicial committee is vacant, comma, but only for the judicial committee.
Why don't you say judicial committee elections may be held?
That's actually, Elijah's got a cleaner.
Sure, Elijah,
that's a cleaner word.
Okay, what are you wording this as? One person at a time, please.
Okay.
The wording presently is elections shall not be held at a special convention except if the entire judicial committee is vacant. And there is an amendment on the floor.
There is a suggestion for how to word it, at least that was good.
Which was what?
Your suggestion, Elijah. You suggested wording?
Oh. Judicial committee elections may be held if the entire judicial committee is vacant.
I move that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it has been moved, so there is an amendment on the floor to rephrase the number E. I will type it in here just so we can kind of see. So it's
after the accept. No. What are you saying?
Patrick,
Back that up.
No, he said judicial committee elections may be held at a special committee. Oh, wait. Okay.
No, it's over at the underlined accept.
Okay.
So it's after the accept.
Yep.
It was. No. Wait. No. It was except in the judicial committee elections may be held if the entire judicial committee is vacant. Yeah, right there. That's it.
Okay. So we've got the wording of the amendment on the screen.
Hold it. Let's make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Elections shall not be held at a special convention, except judicial committee elections may be held if the entire judicial committee is vacant.
Okay.
That's what you're after, right?
That work for you, Mr. Reese?
Yep, I love it.
Okay. Is there any debate on this amendment?
I would call a question.
I don't think it reads right. Read it.
The wording's kind of awkward.
Elections shall not be held at a special convention except judicial committee elections. I see what you're saying.
Oh, just strike may be held.
Yeah, we can get rid of that.
Except judicial committee elections if the entire.
Actually, that works.
The problem is it's written in passive voice instead of active. It should be judicial committee elections may be held at special conventions for
Only for the judicial committee.
The reason why is because the original bylaw is saying that no elections shall be held, and so we need to keep that unless we want to create a new bylaw.
Only judicial committee elections.
Okay, who made this amendment to the amendment?
That was Mr. Boyd.
Okay, Mr. Boyd, you're moving this amendment to the amendment?
What's your wording?
I'm doing it.
Judicial committee election.
Well,
Yeah, I'm fine with this, and the body can
I'll second it,
amend
just to make
as
sure.
necessary further.
I'll second it just to make sure.
Yes, Ms. Page Nelson.
Well, wait, where'd the wording go? Where'd the wording go? The wording disappeared. Wait a minute. The
Maybe
wording
held,
disappeared.
maybe held would be was removed because Elijah Boyd wanted to remove
No, he
that.
said, no, he moved that, and I seconded it. He moved that amendment.
Yeah, he moved it, but it hasn't been voted on yet.
No, but it's not up on the screen, though.
What do you mean?
Which part do you, Mike? Which
Okay,
part?
You moved that wording. It may be held, but it disappeared from the screen.
Which may be held only if the judicial committee.
Laura, wait a minute.
maybe held.
Back up a second. Back up a second. Back up a second. He moved the wording. You put it up there. I seconded, and then it disappeared.
Which wording?
He removed
The
the wording.
judicial committee elections may be held after the accept.
Yes. So my understanding was Ollie was the one who made the initial one, and that's why I asked who made the amendment to the amendment, because there's an amendment to remove the may be held. So this was the change, may be held,
The
and then there
change,
was
right.
right now there's an amendment to the amendment. Like,
Except judicial committee elections.
I don't think Ollie's was seconded. Who made the motion to strike the may be held?
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to figure out at the moment.
Sam,
Yes.
if it said, elections shall not be held at a special convention except judicial committee elections, which may be held only if the entire judicial committee is vacant. Does that satisfy?
I got you. Okay, so we don't know who made the amendment to the amendment, and I don't think there was a second, so we're going to take this amendment to the amendment from Mr. Boyd. And it's been seconded by Mr. Mark Lewis. Everyone,
Ollie.
come to order.
Okay, so let's get the wording right.
Yep. Hold on. Except judicial committee elections, which may be held only if the entire judicial committee is vacant. So this is the amendment to the amendment. Elections shall not be held at a special convention except judicial committee elections, which may be held only if the entire judicial committee is vacant.
Like it, I love it.
Okay.
It's already been moved and seconded. It's already been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to this amendment to the amendment?
I call questions.
We're not doing that. We're doing the objection. We're already at the vote. Hearing and seeing no objection, the bylaw amendment proposal has been amended, and this is now the current wording of the proposal. Oh, wait.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
No, we're actually at the amendment. We have to do it one
The
more time.
amendment to the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment passed. Now we're at the amendment.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, and that's what you were calling it. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any objection? Is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none, it has been amended. Okay.
Okay.
So now we're down to the last vote, and that is to actually adopt it as part of the bylaws.
Right.
Point of order.
Yes.
What?
Are there any other committees that have potential issues with if the entire committee was vacant, elections for?
No. They're appointed by the executive committee, so something that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Over at the registration desk, there's a lot of printer paper just grab some. Okay. I didn't hear or see any objections, so the bylaw amendment proposal passes, and we can move on to the next one. And I've got
Okay.
the wording here.
Number 2. Okay, number 2. Okay, swallow down. Ollie! We're proceeding.
Everyone, bring yourselves to order. Let's try to get through all this as much as possible.
Yes.
We have plenty of time to socialize later.
Okay. Proposal number 2, dues amendment exception. Currently, the dues bylaws are amended by 2/3 vote of everybody here, but dues amendments in a different section of the bylaws only take a majority vote. So there's a conflict again between the two different parts of the bylaws. This just adds wording to straighten it out. Would read as follows. Article 9, Amendment of Bylaws and Platforms, Section 1. These bylaws may be amended by a 2/3 vote of those delegates present and voting at the annual convention. Add, semicolon, pay attention, people, thank you. However, amendment to dues amounts only require a majority vote. The rest of the section is the same.
Okay. Is there any discussion or debate on this? Mr. Voss.
I'd like to know the rationale behind this.
Well, the rationale is that the bylaws require a 2/3 vote to amend the bylaws, but the dues amendment requires a majority, and because of the larger 2/3 supersedes the majority, we have to have this wording here to carve out the majority for the dues only.
So our bylaws were overriding other elements of our bylaws?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Ollie, in the membership and dues, it says majority, but majority doesn't work if it's 2/3.
No, but hold on. Do we list our dues at an amount in our bylaws?
We do.
I wasn't sure.
Yep.
Why not just let the dues and the other bylaws all be 2/3 and just strike all the conflicting language?
I suppose that's kind of
I mean, why add words to fix broken words that we can add more words to with more words?
Because you'll never get a dues increase at a 2/3.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing if you don't mind being broke.
I don't mind being broke. I don't mind limiting the money of people who have authority. That's just fine with me.
Okay. I'm sensing that there's probably going to be an objection, so
Make it all 2/3, man. That's all. Just delete everything that doesn't say 2/3 and make it all shorter.
As a point of information, are the dues set in the bylaws?
yes, they are set in the bylaws.
Could you inform us of the section?
Article 2, Section 5.
Thank you.
All right, it reads, sustaining memberships shall be $25 annually, and life memberships shall be $1,000 paid once within a 12-month calendar year. And it's subsection number 4 that is being aided by this amendment proposal. Dues shall only be set by a majority vote of the delegates in the business session of an annual convention and shall be assessed at the beginning of the party's fiscal year.
I move that paragraph just be stricken and it solves all the problems.
It's not germane to the amendment.
Yes, I'm going to have to unfortunately rule that out of order. It's outside of the scope of this amendment.
We're not meeting this dialogue. I know what I said what I wanted.
Okay. Is there any further debate on this item?
Point of information.
Yes.
When did the amount, this entire thing about the amount of dues and stuff set in the bylaws instead of giving the executive committee the discretion to change them at any time? When did that happen?
So that happened at the 2025 annual convention, and the rationale behind it was that if a rogue executive committee wanted to hike up the prices of the dues in order to control the delegates that made it to convention, they would be able to do so. But if you leave it to just the delegates at convention, at least they have a say on whether they can actually be delegates the next time. I'm just explaining your point of information. Okay. Mr. Merritt?
So basically what this is allowing us to do, the blue text here, is to change the dues amount with only a majority instead of 2/3 as it would normally require, right?
Yes, so in the bylaw amendment that passed in 2025, it added subsection 4, dues shall only be set by a majority vote of the delegates in the business session of an annual convention and shall be assessed at the beginning of the party's fiscal year. And the issue here is a technicality where it's requesting essentially a majority vote, but then later on in our bylaws, we say bylaw amendments can only be done at a 2/3.
Right.
So this is carving out that exception.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any further discussion or debate on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'm still going to just test it. Is there any objection? Yes. There is objection. Okay. All those in favor of this bylaw amendment proposal, which adds the words, however, amendment to dues amounts only require a majority vote to subsection 1 of Article 9, please raise your hand if you're in favor. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I count 7. All right, put your hands down. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm proud of trying to
7 out of 11. Where's the card?
Oh, no. So, because 8, it would have to be 8.
I lost that, but now you're all drunk.
2/3. 11 is 8.
Oh, Lord have mercy, child.
Okay. The bylaw amendment proposal, there was a request for explicit abstentions. Anyone who explicitly abstains, raise your hand at this time. You got, I count 3.
4.
There's 3 explicit abstentions. Can you please note that, Mr. Secretary?
There's 4.
Oh, sorry, 4. 4 explicit abstentions.
Okay, so that fails, so it's only 2/3.
All right, it fails, and we will move on to, and let me,
Okay, proposal 3 and 4 we've already done, so proposal 5. Okay, this one's a little bit wordy. Yes.
And this one passed.
3, yeah, I think that passed.
3 line out, and then 4 failed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Proposal 5, county affiliates affiliation process. This was 9C from last year. This tries to clean up language regarding how counties are affiliated and disaffiliated. It's a little wordy, so I'm going to walk through it here. Some pieces were missing and notice requirements as well. So, Article 6, county affiliates, Section 6. There's actually 2 pages of this one, folks, so hold on. Let me get there.
Hi, imagine seeing you here.
Gentlemen, please. 6. A becomes an, existing, add that, county switch organization to affiliate, is deemed as having selected its officers, et cetera. That hasn't changed except for taking out a comma after days, which is just a typo, and taking out the or, /or off the and or. Everything else there is still the same. Section A, strike county is replaced with an existing county affiliate, may, strike also, adopt, add the words or amend county bylaws at strike, same meeting or hold separate, you can say it later time. Add county annual conventions or in accordance with the existing county affiliates bylaws. Strike county executive committees, replace with the county sheriff secretary should then send copies of the add county bylaws to their region rep and strike /or party secretary at least 14 days, strike before the next state executive committee meeting. Folks, I'm going to reread this as it would sound once we're done, okay? Just bear with me. After the adoption or amendment for consideration and approval, add by a majority vote of the state executive committee at next regular meeting with proper notice given to the bylaws repealed 7 days prior to the meeting. Strike the last sentence if the state executive committee approves the affiliate's bylaws. Add new section 8. A new county affiliate shall be considered for affiliation by the executive committee by majority vote upon submission of the following documents to the executive committee. An affiliation application form signed by the chair pro tem, regional representative, and not less than 5 party members. A draft of the proposed affiliate's bylaws, and a proposed affiliate activity plan for the first 6 months of affiliation, including the call for the first affiliate annual convention to elect county officers and ratify affiliate bylaws. Now, I want to reread the first part back because there was a lot of subtractions and additions, just so everybody understands what we're talking about, which means less chattering in line, please, and please listen. 6A, An existing county affiliate may adopt or amend county bylaws at the county annual convention in accordance with the existing county affiliate's bylaws. The county chair or secretary should then send copies of the county bylaws to their region representative and party secretary at least 14 days after their adoption or amendment for consideration and approval by a majority vote of the state executive committee at their next regular meeting with proper notice, given that the bylaws are received at least 7 days prior to the meeting. Yeah, that's a lot.
I have many words.
Okay. We have debate. Mr. Reese.
Hi. Okay, so I think I'm going to start this with a request to divide the question between the new language at the end and the amending language at the beginning.
So you want to divide it between 6 and 8?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. There's been
It's a motion,
motion
to divide the
to,
question.
or there's been a motion to divide the question. Is there any objection to separating the subsection 6 and subsection 8? They're on 2 different pages. It's almost as if it was made for this.
That's just the way it
Yeah.
worked out.
Okay. Hearing and seeing no objection, the question has been divided, and so we will start off on subsection 6. Mr. Reese.
All right, so I would like to move to, I'm not quite sure how to word this, not amend any of subsection A, but keep the amendments, the minor amendments, which honestly could be errata, for the supersection 6.
Why don't you just split the question again and handle 6 and 8 separately?
We can't, sure. Yeah,
That is in order.
I'll look to divide the question again between subsection A and the supersection.
That is in order.
Sorry, it's complicated.
No, it's okay. We can take.
Has it been seconded?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Seebeck. Is there any opposition, any objection to dividing the question again between supersection of 6 and subsection A? Hearing and seeing no objection, it passes, and we have divided the question now to supersection 6.
I like supersection 6. I would ask to call the question. It's a minor errata change.
Okay, is there objection to calling the question on supersection 6? This part right here. So basically, this change right here from a county to an existing county, and then affiliate instead of organization, and then getting rid of this comma and getting rid of this or because it was and.
It is technically a substitution change, so I don't
Okay. Is there any? There was no objection, so this passes, and so this automatically gets applied to the bylaws, and we're now moving to the next one.
Now we're in A.
Let me indicate.
We can wait. We can take 15 seconds and organize ourselves if we need to.
Yeah, let me just make the.
This is why we didn't do these last convention, because they're heavy detailed.
What does A solve?
It's just technical cleanup.
There are some useful things. I like them.
Yeah, let's just read. You could just read the red and delete the blue and gray.
Yep. Okay. We are now on subsection A.
All right, sorry. All right, this is going to get complicated. We may want to do this in writing. I don't know. Long story short, the large addition, the large block of text towards the end, I want to not amend. And
yeah, okay.
after their adoption or amendment for consideration and approval, I'd like to also not amend.
Ollie, that part?
Excuse me?
That part?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to not amend that part. I want to not amend after their adoption or amendment. Yeah. Well, there's some of that that's not blue in there, but that's the section I want to not change. The stuff above that I would like to keep, if that makes sense. Keep the change. Sure.
Oh, you said not change as in you would rather keep it the way that the bylaws currently are.
The bottom section I do not want to adopt. The top section I do. Does that make more sense?
No.
So I think I've got it. So with this one, I'm going to give
I
it.
am in favor of that being amended as presented. I am not in favor of the stuff below that being amended as presented. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
There we go. I can word it like 3 times. It's fine.
And then we'll keep the period there.
So you're requesting that the highlighted part be amended and the part not highlighted.
Correct. That's there you go.
I'm using darker colors just to keep it different from the lighter one, which passed.
I like the errata changes. I don't like the functional changes on the bottom.
So unreadable.
Sorry to be pedantic, but
But is that correct with what you're asking for?
correct.
Okay, so the amendment is to amend the proposal by removing all the stuff on the after the adoption or amendment, and deleting the if the state executive committee approves the county's bylaws.
Okay, Ollie, I got a question here for you. That dividing line is in the middle of a sentence. Okay, you see the part where you got that stricken out and then it changes color?
Yes.
That's in the middle of a sentence.
Okay.
So, is that where you want it?
Well, originally it wasn't in the middle of the sentence because it was before the next state
I'm not
executive
saying
committee
strike
period,
from
and then
the
it,
bylaws the red section. I'm saying the red section is not amended at all.
Yeah, we call the question and then just vote against A. Yeah, I would like to call the question and I would like to comment on why, if I may move so.
Objection.
Calling the question is not debatable.
yes, your point is well taken. It is not debatable. You're calling the question. Is there a second to calling the question?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Lewis. All those in favor of calling the question on
The amendment A, as amended.
To vote on A.
just the main motion of bylaw amendment proposal A without
Mr. Chair.
subsection A.
Correct. That's the chair.
Wait a second.
The question is now A as proposed in the written document, in the published
Yeah.
document.
So not Ollie's thing.
Yeah,
but-
I got it.
so now it's just to strike all of these changes, and so this subsection A would be left the way it is currently in the bylaws.
No,
Nope.
Dr. Reese is calling the question to vote on subsection A as what's up there.
Right, and I would hope everyone would kill this silliness.
Wait,
So I didn't
wouldn't
just
the
debate
effect
that.
be that subsection A, as it exists in the bylaws, would be the way that it is?
If you vote no, yes.
If he's moving to call the question to come to a vote on this subsection A as it's worded now. If that passes, that's what goes in. If it fails, it does not.
Yes.
Oh, yes. We're talking about yes versus no, not what it's actually doing. I think we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
but he's calling the question first before we get to that vote.
Yeah, we got to vote on that one.
Okay. Is there any objection to calling the question at this time? Hearing and seeing no objection, the question's been called, and we will move to a vote. Since this, okay, if you like the changes that you see here, all those deletions in red, all those additions in blue, if you like it, vote yes. If you do not like it, vote no.
This is for portion A alone.
And this is just for this section, subsection A. That's it, because this top part that's green in background has already passed. So we're only looking at subsection A that's underneath there. Okay, all those in favor of amending the bylaws with these changes, raise your hand. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, I count 9. 9?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, 9 are in favor. Lower your hands. All those opposed.
Oh, good God. Save us. Save us, please.
8 are opposed.
That fails. It's not 2/3.
Okay, please lower your hands. Are there any explicit abstentions? We've got 2 explicit abstentions.
Yes, that part failed.
Okay.
It wasn't 2/3.
Huh?
That part fails. It wasn't 2/3.
Yeah. It was like what, 9 to 8.
Okay, so now we're down to the section, the new section 8.
All right. So I'm just.
You did it. Congrats.
This is my copy.
He's not even in the lose the negation.
Okay.
Oh, it's 2/3.
Yes. All right.
You want?
This is my original.
Oh, you're right, please.
Hold on. you already read? Are we on the floor now for debate?
Yes, we are now on subsection or 8. Section 8. Sorry.
All right. Hi again. So this is a lot of bureaucracy for something we does not need it whatsoever. What we have now more or less works. Nobody's already making county affiliates. I don't think we need to make it more difficult with more bureaucracy in the way. If somebody wants to champ at the bit to make a county affiliate, we can make it happen. I don't think we need any of this bureaucracy for a system that's already pretty much individualized per county, effectively, because there are so few of them. So I would speak against it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reese. Okay, so
Well, we're in debate, so.
Yeah, right now there's not an amendment. It's just a debate. No,
we're in
he
debate
spoke
about it.
against the. That's what he. No, we don't have to motion to strike it. We're on this subsection, and so once we get to a vote of no does strike it all.
Point of order. Is there a
You would
motion
want to
on the
call
floor?
the question, is what it sounds
Yeah,
like.
that pulls section 8.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve this bylaw.
That's section 8, yes.
This
Okay.
one right here, just the highlighted. I can.
Just 8.
Yes.
Let me put it on a new page. just
And
so-
we're in debate.
Yes.
Okay. This solves no problem. We have 2, maybe 3 affiliates in this state, and we're about to throw at them a pile of bureaucracy, regulations about activity plans for 6 entire months, committees to review activity plans, and then judicial reviews for the legitimacy of the review of the activity plan, plus the draft has to get approved, plus we need application affiliation forms. For crying out loud, we've got 2 affiliates. We're trying to make it harder? I move to close the question immediately.
All right, there's a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. McGee. I think this one's going to just come down to a hand vote, but I'll check. Is there any objection to calling the question? There is an objection. Okay. All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. I counted 10.
I got 10, yeah.
Okay, 10 ayes. Please lower your hands.
Wait a minute.
All those.
Wait a minute. Let's do that again.
Please raise your hand if you're an aye again.
All right, what are you?
I'm counting 9.
Wait a minute. 1, 2.
Oh, 10.
4,
Yeah,
5,
okay. And he was 10.
6,
Yeah, there's 10.
7, 8, 9. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
10. All right, 10 ayes. Actually, 11 now because Mr. Merritt. All right, 11 ayes. Please lower your hands. All those opposed to calling the question. We've got 1 no. Okay, please lower your hand. And then any explicit abstentions? We've got 1. Okay, thank you. The question has been called, and we will now go to a vote on this bylaw amendment proposal. So to make it clear, if you vote aye, then this text gets added to the bylaws. If you vote no, it does not. All those in favor of adding that text to the bylaws, please raise your hand as an aye at this time. I count 0. Okay, all of those opposed? I count 15.
That's what they call me, the text killer.
Okay, and then any explicit abstentions? I do not see any explicit abstentions, so 0 of those. Okay.
1 to 6.
This fails.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the next victim?
Okay.
Bring him to me.
Okay. Okay. Proposal 6, more on the counties.
Please come to order.
Okay. This has to do with some language cleanups regarding elections of officials and ratification of the bylaws. We'll start at 6. Now, we already passed the, hold on a minute, please. We already passed the organization and affiliate thing a second ago. So that's already in there because that was carried over. It's technical change. Capitalize officers, technical change. Add the words by postal or mail or email for notice because there was no means of doing so. in both locations. For section A, strike the first sentence and replace it with the county affiliates must draft their bylaws prior to initial election of its officers, and I'll talk to that in a minute. B is unchanged. C, each county executive committee shall be responsible for compliance with and any consequence of any applicable election or campaign finance laws. D, county executive committees may endorse a candidate. Strike the words as per the state bylaws, Article 6, Section 6, in accordance with these bylaws. That's a technical change, and that's it. Now, to speak to this, organization affiliate at the top, we've already fixed that. That was the previous one. Officers is just a capitalization thing for the title, it's just technical. The postal mail or email, because the type of notice to be sent was vague, and there have been cases of shenanigans happening on notices in other places in the party throughout the country. This makes it crystal clear how that notice is to be given. And when I say shenanigans, somebody hid one in a Facebook comment. I kid you not, down in the weeds. The first sentence replacement on section A, drafting the bylaws prior to the officers. How are you going to elect your officers? You know, bylaws how to do it properly. That's what that's for. It's getting the horse before the cart instead of the other way around. The consequence of the campaign finance laws, that's just a responsibility for them, because let's face it, if they don't have the consequence of goofing up, well then there's a problem. And the last one, the Article 6 versus the accordance bylaws, that's a technical change because you do not want to have specific bylaws references of articles and sections within itself, because if things move around, it creates a headache.
Okay. Is there any debate on this bylaw proposal?
I move to divide the question.
You would. What do you want?
Okay. What are you wanting to divide? On the subsections?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
How does he want to divide it?
He wants.
Rulingly for each letter.
He wants to divide it the same way we did last time.
So basically, the way I'm seeing it is we would do this one first, this super section, then we would do A, then we would do B, then we would do C, and then we would do D.
C and D.
Okay. Mr. Merritt, were you seconding that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Is there any second?
To dividing the question?
To dividing the question on the subsection.
Second.
Okay. The motion has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
No.
All those against?
Nay.
The nays have it, and we will do this entire proposal as one currently still. Okay, Dr. Reese.
This is beautiful. This is just super simple. We're clarifying some words, and in fact, I think in the end we have perhaps fewer words in 6 and all of its letters. So I'll claim a victory as text killer, even if that's wrong, and I move to call this question and get her through.
Okay.
Objective.
There's objection to calling the question. Okay, all those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand at this time.
Call the question.
If you want to call the question, raise your hand. There's 13 ayes, Elijah? 13? Okay, ayes, lower your hands. All those opposed? 2 opposed. The ayes have it. We're now going to a vote. All those in favor of adopting this bylaw proposal, so that means all these changes here.
Patrick, B wasn't in.
All those in favor, raise your hand at this time.
B?
Of this bylaw proposal, all these changes.
I was asking, so I thought maybe as per the state bylaws, but still striking the article and section in case we need to.
Okay, I count 13 ayes. Please lower your hands. All of those opposed?
The county bylaws.
No, these are the state bylaws.
I see 1 opposed. Any explicit abstentions?
No, we would say explicitly county bylaws.
I see 0 explicit abstentions. The ayes have it, and the
What was the number?
bylaws are amended accordingly.
What was that vote?
It was 13 ayes, 1 no, 0 explicit abstentions.
Yeah, sorry, I was in the middle of that. Okay, next one. Proposal number 7, county affiliate disaffiliation.
Oh, wait.
This one, Dr. Reese may want to pay attention. Okay. Incomplete language on how a county is disaffiliated for proposal
Order.
7. Cleans up the language, takes care of a disaffiliation process in a clear manner. Article 7, Section 7. I'm just going to read this off as it would go if everything is approved. It's just easier because of all the chop-offs. If a county affiliate fails to hold meetings for at least once, 1x per quarter, comma, willfully fails to comply with applicable state and federal laws, comma, state and federal election and campaign finance laws, comma, endorses another party's candidates in a partisan election, comma, or the executive committee reaches official written notice from the county chair that they are disbanded by a 2/3 vote of the affiliate membership at a county annual or special convention, the entire state executive committee may by a 2/3 vote, excluding vacant positions, declare a county organization to be disaffiliated or inactive. Okay, to speak to this real quick, it's very simple. If the county doesn't follow the laws, if it doesn't follow the campaign finance laws, if it decides to go endorse a different party candidate, those are all grounds for disaffiliation. It would take a or if they say we're done by a 2/3 vote of their membership at a county convention, then 2/3 vote by the executive committee would say that they're disaffiliated.
I move to amend to strike the word entire. Why?
This one right here?
Yeah. The wording the entire state executive committee feels redundant.
It's not. No.
Because it could be just.
So it requires all the EC to vote in that particular issue.
Yeah.
Correct.
Wouldn't it be more correct to say the state executive committee may by a 2/3 vote of the entire committee?
Well, because of the excluding vacant positions. Right? Yeah, it accommodates for vacancies, but it's still everybody who's there has to do it.
Well, there wasn't a second.
So this essentially, in the section here that reads that they are disbanded by a 2/3 vote of the affiliate membership at a county annual or special convention, this is essentially adding bylaws for them. Like, in our bylaws, they have to follow this. So it's essentially adding bylaws for them. Right, that's what I mean.
It protects the membership. So that the county executive committee, or however they structure it, just can't unilaterally leave the membership out to dry saying they're done without the membership having a say.
Right.
It
I was
protects
just,
members.
no, I'm not saying it doesn't. I was just asking a clarifying question that this essentially adds to their bylaws, though.
It would.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So it's forcing the county affiliates to do at least a 2/3 vote to disband.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that it basically is a county.
It's a mandate on the
bylaw that the counties have
to protect the members. Yes.
It's an unfunded mandate.
Okay, Mr. Reese.
I have 2 amendments. I'm going to process the simple one first. I want to add at the end of enforcement of another party's candidates in a partisan election and add on containing a libertarian candidate. Basically, I want to be not inherently against the rules. They happen to endorse or recommend a candidate in a situation in which there isn't a libertarian candidate in the race.
So candidates in a partisan election.
With a libertarian candidate in the race. The wording, I'm not quite sure to work that.
That violates the national bylaws.
It's in national bylaws for contested. I don't think it's for uncontested.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it does not. We do not endorse candidates from other parties.
Why?
Because they're not our party. They don't wear our jerseys.
Tell my affiliate what it can do.
It's our.
Okay, I'm actually going to rule that out of order and I do actually agree with Mr. Seebeck. I'm pretty sure that the national bylaws do not allow us to endorse candidates of any other party ever.
No, they can't.
Unless they change, unless it's wrong. It's the issue in which it is a contested election with just a libertarian candidate.
Okay. Stand at ease for a second. We're going to check the.
Let's check that one. Because you already require affiliates to follow the national bylaws anyhow. Like, why do we have to dice this into such tiny pieces and like bureaucratize it?
Would it be bylaws or would it be affiliate?
Section 5 of the bylaws. Or Article 5 of the bylaws. National bylaws.
Sorry, I'm yelling so loud I can't hear you.
Affiliates.
Go ahead, but. Unless it's against national bylaws, then you're like, all right, you gotta follow the national bylaws. But I don't think the state tells us what to do. The state will tell you this.
Article 5, Section.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Article 5, Section 5. Or sorry, 4. No affiliate party shall endorse any candidate who is a member of another party for public office in any partisan election. Full stop.
That's national?
That's national.
Well, the more complicated ones.
What jersey are you wearing? That's a... Because you can't do it. It's very simple. What jersey are you wearing? You know? All right. You still have the floor.
So the other one, this is more abstract and complex.
Hold on one moment.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, everyone. I understand that sometimes we need to have side conversations, and that's acceptable. But if you're going to have a side conversation, try to be better at whispering to one another so that the people trying to pay attention to the business at hand are able to do so. Thank you. Mr. Reese.
This is a little more abstract. In the hypothetical situation in which a, specifically referring to, or the executive committee receives official written notice from the county chair that they are disbanded by a 2/3 vote of the affiliate membership at the county convention. In the hypothetical situation in which a county party is disaffiliating against the wills of the county chair, the way this is worded, the county chair could simply not notify us, and they're not required to, under bylaws, to notify the state. So I think we could modify it where when the county votes 2/3 to disband, carte upon, instead of requiring notice from the county chair, I think it would respect members' rights in that odd situation better. Does that make sense?
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying.
And also make it short too.
Let me give you a little context, but I hear what you're saying. The reason we put chair in there specifically was because, as worded, it was notice from the county, and it wasn't specific as to who in the county would do the notification. What you're saying is valid, but I'm saying that's why we put chair in there also. Somebody's got to pass the word up, and that's why we put chair in there.
What if it's just a normal member? What if it's just a county membership? And it could be a layperson.
We could do that.
But then we would have to verify, because if someone just went to. Yeah.
I move to amend county chair to county membership. County affiliate membership.
Sound good?
Okay with that, just, that's the reason why.
Do you like that for your work?
I'm okay with it.
It's a minor change, but we're already looking at weird off changes. I mean, I'm the chair of one of the policies.
What? No, Sam.
What?
Just strike chair and put affiliate membership in. on the count.
Capitalization.
Well, the capitalization of county was there in the first place.
Not up here. If a county affiliate. When we're talking about a county affiliate, we use lowercase. County
Okay,
chair.
whatever. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll call it a technical. So.
Okay. The highlighted change, is that correct? With county chair. Okay. Okay. Is there a second for Mr. Reese's amendment? We've got a second from Mr. John Seebeck. Is there any discussion or debate on this item? Hearing and seeing no debate, is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing no objection, it passes, and now the bylaw amendment proposal includes that wording.
Yes.
Okay, we are back at the wording of 7. Okay, is there any more discussion or debate on this bylaw proposal? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any objection to passing this bylaw proposal as worded? There is objection. Okay, all of those in favor of this bylaw proposal, please raise your hand at this time. I got 13. Yeah. 13. Is that what you got?
I wasn't counting it.
Yeah, okay. I got raise your hands one more time. I think there were some a lot of late ones. 14.
Stick to those.
Okay, 14 ayes. Lower your hands. All those opposed? Three opposed. Lower your hands. Any explicit abstentions? 0 explicit abstentions. The motion passes.
Okay.
Or proposal passes. Okay.
Pass 13 to 4. Okay. Proposal number 8. Rescind nominations and endorsements. This was 13A from 2025. Language cleanup and clarification regarding rescissions of nominations and endorsement of candidates. So it's Article 8, Sections 1 and 8 specifically. Can you scroll down? Okay, there we go. Article 1, in 2 spots, switch remove for rescind. It's a correct term. Change likewise to correspondingly, and change party to executive committee. In Section 8, change withdrawn to rescinded, also the right term. And rescission for withdrawal, move the 3/4 to a roll call vote, and add the executive committee part for a meeting to be clear on which type it is. Oh, there's 2 pages of this. Okay. Scroll on to a little more. Whoops, there we go. Anyway, and then change from resolution withdrawal to motion and rescind. There's technical terminology, withdrawal, rescission, and agreeing thereto, change to voting in favor of rescission. These are all technical changes.
Okay, is there any discussion or debate on this bylaw amendment proposal?
What about this forced roll call thing? That's an issue.
So it's keeping 3/4, which is already in there. It's just indicating that it also must be a roll call. So I can't, for instance, do a without objection on something like this. We would be forced to do a roll call.
Something that important, they want to be on record.
Okay, is there any other discussion or debate? Well, I was about to say, if there's no objection, we will just go ahead and go to the vote. Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor of bylaw amendment proposal 8. With all of these changes, sorry, it's on 2 pages, but everyone's seen it. All those in favor, raise your hand. I got 17. Okay. All right, 17 ayes. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Any explicit abstentions? 0 explicit abstentions. It passes.
Okay, proposal number 9. 9 is, not to be confused with love potion number 9. But anyway, this was 13B from last year. This also has to do with nomination and endorsement of candidates, more language cleanup. Let me scroll a little more. This section in the bylaws was worded differently than some of the other sections because it would say, oh, for nominations, colon, blah, blah, endorsements, colon, blah, blah, et cetera. It was not consistent with the rest of the bylaws. So there's some language cleanup to address that as well as some other technical details here. So, Article 8, Section 2, strike nominations. A candidate nominated by the parties for public office shall be a member of the party, shall support its platform, and shall not hold a leadership position in another, add the word political party's name, strike apostrophe S in name. That's a cleanup. And it shall be its, meaning the party, to make sure we're referring to the right place, official candidate for that office in that election, the rest is unchanged. Section 3, endorsements stricken. The party strikes the word county affiliates and replace it with its affiliates, shall not endorse a candidate from any other political party in accordance with the national bylaws, and it strikes the specific section of the national bylaws, so we don't have that reference in there.
And striking county affiliates well is a good idea because it's using capitalization.
Well, not only that, but
I'm just joking because we.
Yeah. What if you're engaging in capital punishment? That violates the bylaws. That violates the platform. Anyway, and also we may have an affiliate that may not be a county. Who knows?
Exactly.
Anyway, Section 7. Striking a large chunk of this. Candidates nominated for Alabama House, Senate, Congress, or Senate, I'm paraphrasing that part, shall pledge, if elected, they shall not strike the words caucus with either the Democrat or Republican parties and replace with join another political party, and strike almost everything else here, or otherwise align with these parties, permanent basis, may caucus with other libertarians with percent of the parties if they choose, blah, blah, blah. Violation of this pledge, new language, if elected, is cause for suspension from the party. Let me see, is there anything else? That's it.
Okay. Mr. Reese.
All right, I had a point of, I guess, information. Under Alabama law, political parties define very specific, like as text as being a major party.
Yes.
In here, we use political party. Is that intentionally referencing state law?
No.
Do we want to clarify that somehow? Because I mean, it's a weird thing, but it is notable because technically, if we're interpreting the definition as the one defined in Alabama law, they could join the Green Party, but they couldn't join the Republicans or the Democrats.
Yeah, I understand that. I would say that our wording is different than the state law, and we understand political party to also mean us, and we're not a major party in the state. And so if we assume that we are a political party, we would also have to assume that the Green Party and the Constitution Party are as well.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to mention that. I also wanted to perhaps pose an amendment to section 7, where instead of enumerating House, Senate, House Representatives, Senate, say, nominated for any public party office, because under this, if they ran for governor, they could join the party.
Even presidents, you could change.
Governor, any of the state boards, any state executive, they could still join the political party. See what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but I want to check something because.
Yeah, because I'm noticing that the ones that are mentioned actually Alabama House and Alabama Senate are going to be just state.
They could run the governor, any state board, any county board, state, any judges,
because there's
GSC, yeah, any members that are partisan. So I didn't strike that specifically, just said public partisan office. Public partisan office.
Give me one moment.
Hold up a second, please. Hold up a second. Chairs up the stage. I took a quick look there because there's some sections in between 3 and 7. I took a quick look because there's a big for sections between 3 and 7 up here, and nowhere in this bylaw does it address specific races besides the legislative ones. Yeah, that's why I was looking at it because I wanted to see if that was covered somewhere else. It is not.
Just taking
I would just like to mention off the record, since we were in a little break, I find the last sentence kind of funny. Someone joins another party and then we kick them out. Oh, right, they can come crying back if they want to. It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of it's kind of a funny sentence is all.
All right, so you have an amendment.
You said any public partisan office.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, John. Let's catch up first, okay?
Okay. Is there any?
I'll second.
Second, yeah. Mr. Seebeck, seconds. Where's?
Where'd the boy go? We lost our secretary.
Yeah, we got two. Once we get okay.
We lost our secretary. Where'd he go? Where'd the boy go?
Wait, get a pen out. This is proposal what?
This is 9. Where'd he go? Disappeared. John.
Okay, I've got it written down. Okay. Is there any debate on the amendment?
Scroll down.
Oh.
There we go.
So to make clear, this is the amendment selected. It would add public partisan office, and it would remove Alabama House, Alabama Senate, United States House of Representatives, or United States Senate. And essentially it shortens it and makes it more comprehensive. Okay, is there any objection to Mr. Reese's amendment? Hearing and seeing no objection, it passes. Okay, we're back on the proposal.
No. No. He specifically put partisan in it because
Yeah,
he
you
didn't want
can't
to go
flip
into
your
complexity.
party on a nonpartisan office.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there no further debate or discussion on this bylaw amendment proposal? All right, hearing and seeing none, we will proceed to a vote on the bylaw amendment. Although, is there any objection to this bylaw amendment? Elijah, is that a hand up? Okay. No objection. It passes without objection. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Technical detail. Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
Proposal 10, we're getting there.
One moment. So we do have we do have floor bylaw amendments that we can process.
What is that for?
All right. So let me do. There's two of them actually.
Oh boy.
Okay. Let me check this out for the screen, I guess. we've got a, yeah, it's going to require 3/4. Huh? Yep, I'm just letting everyone see what we're going to be suspending rules for.
Charger, if anything.
Okay, and I'm not going to include the reasoning. I'll let you speak to it, Ms. Lane. But first, okay, because you're the mover. A motion can't have no mover, Ms. Lane. All right, but before we do this, we would need to suspend the rules to move this item of business before the rest of them. Is there any objection to considering this bylaw amendment proposal? Hearing and seeing none, there's also a 3/4 vote to actually consider. Is there any objection to actually considering it? Because we just moved it up to the what item of business we're at. Now it's, can we consider it? Any objection? It requires a 3/4. No objection? Okay, we are now on a floor amendment. Ms. Lane, would you like to speak to it?
Okay, this party has been operating for the last 50 years, and we have never, ever changed the amount of dues that we charge, whether they be annual, lifetime, whatever. The idea that might be a rogue takeover of the executive committee, well, that's a possibility that's always there. But there are also protocols in place in our bylaws that allow us to remove those people. So if that were the case, everyone should be standing up and going to the Judicial Committee to get rid of them. I think as this body, we elect our Executive Committee to act on our behalf, and we should be trusting them to conduct themselves in a manner appropriate for that position. Again, if they don't, we can remove them. I personally don't have any problem calling people to the carpet for not acting on behalf of the party in the position that they were elected to. And so I would very much like that portion of the dues and setting the dues, et cetera, to be put back in place for the executive committee. It is an appropriate place to have it. Instead of blogging up or whatever you want to call it with our bylaws, with all of this bureaucracy that should really be sitting in the hands of the executive committee, because that's what we elect them for.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lane. Is there, do we need a second? I mean, well, we already did the 3/4 on it, so. Mr. Seebeck.
Very much against this idea for two reasons. One, we just put those changes in about the membership deciding the dues in the last convention. And the whole point of that, this is the second point, was to prevent the dues from being weaponized against membership. Putting the dues determination in the hands of the body, which is the same way it's done at the national level as well as other states, makes the body determine what they feel is appropriate for dues, and prevents an executive committee or some other rogue element of such from weaponizing the dues against certain types of members. We've already seen rhetoric at the national level in certain people who have tried to say, oh, well, we're going to go out and we're going to revoke life memberships from people, which they can't do, but that's what they've said. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't. And if we are an organization of its members, then the members should be the one determining what we're paying for dues to be involved.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we actually have the ability to, let's say the XCOM does do something like that, that is prohibitive to the members. The members can then just call a special convention and remove those individuals. And I'm asking you, Mr. Chair, am I wrong about that?
You would be slightly wrong because which members are calling that special convention and which ones would be credentialed as delegates to the special convention.
I see what you mean. I suppose if you were to apply to the new bylaw, the new dues, then they may no longer be members. I see what you mean. So there might need to be additional language. So this problem that you're saying, I guess, so what we've come about here in our short conversation is that you could simply change the wording for our special convention or something in the dues section to solve the same issue, right, is what we're getting to here. Like, you could change the language in other places instead of doing this to solve the same problem. So I don't know. You could either do this or you could change the language to protect the members by allowing them to call special conventions and check the XCOM, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Ms. Lane, you want to speak again?
I just wanted to add to what Mr. Merritt was saying in that a special convention can be called, and the purpose of it would be to revoke the membership of these individuals that did this. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah. Which would then vacate the positions and the body could elect the next convention.
I think, Ms. Lane, I think the concern, not trying to speak for the other side, but the concern is even at that special convention to revoke the membership of the hostile EC that's raising the dues. How do you credential the special convention? Because our conventions are always credentialed based upon membership, 30 days, but a special convention, you don't have to be 30 days. You still have to be a member. And so if the EC has full reign to change the dues and then also make it retroactive, which is another concern, then they would be able to essentially disqualify all the people who would actually be concerned with the dues raise from being able to challenge it.
Mr. Chair, you would take a 4/5 vote of the executive committee to call such a special convention.
Oh, no. We're talking about for the delegates.
There is no delegates call, just the executive committee.
Oh, and Mr. Seebeck's also bringing up that only the executive committee can call a special convention.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Reese.
Would this problem perhaps be solved by a council or a committee or a congress, local regional affiliates perhaps?
You like maybe some type of Congress of Chairs?
Seems like that would get checked to the power of the executive almost.
You mean the one that didn't do anything last time? If you want to change the dues, do it at convention.
Yep, and because it kind of sounded like I was speaking against, I also understand that giving the executive committee the ability to act in between conventions, because it's a long period of time. If they do need to adjust the dues to keep up with inflation or some other thing, having the flexibility can be nice. I guess the concern is just, can they weaponize it? And I guess the reason why I was speaking into it that way is because I have heard people talk about weaponizing it, even in our state. Yes, Mr. Reese. Okay, sorry, you're right. Yes, Mr. Lewis. Well, it's the one that we have amended, right? Oh, it was,
Go to appendix A. No, scroll. Whoop, too far.
right here. Okay, Mr. Lewis has pulled up on the screen. This is the current, well, the bylaws except for any amendments we have passed at this convention.
So in reality, if we kept 4 and got rid of 5, it would still solve the problem where the EC would still have the authority to raise the dues, but it wouldn't go into effect until the following, until the fiscal year. So a special convention could be called.
Right, wait, say that again. Are you talking about like if?
You just remove 5 and keep 4,
Mm-hmm.
it would solve the problem. The EC would then have the authority to raise the dues, but
Dues shall only be set by a majority vote of the delegates in the business session.
And if you drop 5, then it, you got to set an amount anyway.
Actually, I think the best option is we strike that. We strike everything but the last sentence of 4 and keep 5 and then modify it as a wish.
yeah.
Because we just put the amendments part in the amendment section. So the first part of 4 is now redundant. Right?
I mean, right?
Except for the assessment part.
I'm saying we keep that. So it takes it.
You would get rid of only. It would be dues shall be assessed at the beginning of the party's fiscal year.
Correct.
Or you may even want to make it changes to dues shall only be. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Where are we with the 4 right now? We have the main motion.
So right now we're on the main motion. There's no amendment. Yeah, we already did the 3/4, so it's yeah.
I move to amend the amendment. Actually, no, but I can't do it. It's not substantive.
Well, no, wait, the original motion,
What's the
just
original
do it.
motion?
The original motion is to amend Article 2, membership and dues. And so it's to change 3 and then delete entirely 4 and 5.
Correct. I move to amend the amendment and to strike, be set by majority vote of the delegates in the business session of the annual convention and keep it so that, and add in changes or modifications to dues. So we read, modifications to dues shall only be assessed at the beginning of the party's fiscal year. And I think it will solve the entire problem.
So say that part again. I'm going to update it here.
We don't have to, again, convention that way. Dues shall only, modifications to dues shall only be assessed at the beginning of the party's fiscal year. Also, I would point out that this annual convention is different from session convention. We still can't choose from session convention.
And then there's also okay, Mr. Reese, I've got your changes to 4. Were there any other changes?
Perfect.
Wait a minute, was it just that, or was there some other part to it?
No, I think that.
Was there some other part to just that, or?
Yeah. Okay.
We have a majority vote part in the modification section of the amendments of Article 10.
Yep.
The original motion from Laura was doing specifically what? What was that section?
So hers was adding to the end of 3 as determined by the executive committee.
Yeah, I want to keep 3 and I want to keep 5.
As they currently are.
Yes, I want it to look like that. That's my amendment.
Okay. I'll go back up to that other one to update it afterwards, but essentially the amendment to the amendment, or the amendment to the proposal, is to make it look like this, where the beginning of section 4 is stricken, and then modification to dues and only are added.
So would that undo the
Yes, so basically to the current proposal, it would remove 3, it would remove modification to 3, it would remove modification to 5, and then it would change 4 from a full deletion to a partial deletion with text added.
Got it. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Reese and it's been seconded by Mr. Seebeck. Yes.
Okay, so very briefly, what we've done here is change it so that we remove the duplication from the amendment we added earlier to the amendment section, I think it's section 10 bylaws. We've made it so that still only the only change fidelity to that convention is in the bylaws. And everything else in the rules remains the same. And you could, if we needed to, change it as a special convention, because we remove the parts where it's only an annual convention thing, in case it can be a weird hang up.
Okay.
But I think it's the simplest way to deal with everything.
All right. I think, was she up here first? All right, Ms. Seebeck.
I just wanted to say something that's more in the nature of background information than any specific wording to this proposal. A lot of the bylaws that you're seeing before you are really the result of things that are happening at other affiliates on the national level. We're blessed here in Alabama that many of the members here today and who are maybe not even here today but are active are actually a lot more focused on a mission of trying to move the party forward. In other affiliates, there has been truly unprecedented and significant activity where members are being weaponized against each other and the ECs are weaponizing against the members in really horrendous ways that are incredibly destructive. What a lot of Mike has been and the committee have been proposing here is to lock down our bylaws so we can't be weaponized, so that we can continue to move forward as a party. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Seebeck. Just try it up here. Okay. Do we have any further debate on this amendment to the proposal? All right, hearing and seeing no more debate on the amendment to the proposal, is there any objection to Mr. Reese's amendment? Hearing and seeing no objection, the proposal has been amended thusly. So let me.
So the original amendment proposed by Laura Lang was.
Scroll back up to it. We were on 9. Right here. Okay. Say that again? Yes, so up here, all of this you can essentially disregard and then see that this is the actual change that is now taking place. It's 4.
Should we ask her right quick? If she's going to be okay with it? Is that something that we should ask?
It doesn't matter.
I don't think that she's okay with it, but she also has left, so she can't really object at this moment. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Page Nelson.
When it says that it can only be changed after a
sorry. Yes, the fiscal year is January 1st to December 31st.
When you join, your membership goes until December 31st?
So your membership is based off of payments within a 365-day period. So if you've paid $25 to the party in any type of donation, then you are considered a member from that time period. And so the moment that you haven't paid $25 within 365 days, that's the moment that your membership lapses. And so the fiscal year part of it is just saying that any changes to the dues won't take place until January 1st. Okay. You're welcome. Is there any more debate or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there any objection to the bylaw amendment proposal, which would make this change to Article 2, Section 4? There is an objection. Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please, or this proposal, please raise your hand at this time.
Patrick, is your hand up?
I'm counting 8. You got 9? Okay, yeah, I count 9 too. All right, there are 9 ayes. All those opposed? I just see 2 noes. Okay. Any explicit abstentions? We've got 2 explicit abstentions. Okay, the ayes have it, and this passes.
So that is not a main amendment?
No, that's
No. Yeah, passed completely. The Mr. Reese's amendment to Ms. Lane's proposal passed without objection. Okay. And then I believe we have a second floor amendment. Where did it go? Oh, it's up here. Okay, and I don't even need to put this one up on the board because it's so simple and short that you'll understand. It is, you know how we did the random draw for the tiebreaker on the alternates? The proposal is to replace the wording random draw with dice roll. Wait. Right now, we still have to suspend the rules to get to this item. Is there any objection to suspending the rules to take up this item? Hearing and seeing none, we are on this item. Now, before we do it, we need a 3/4 vote for consideration of this proposal from the floor. Is there any objection to consideration? Hearing and seeing none, we are now on the proposal, and I'll give you the floor, Mr. Reese, since you wanted to speak.
The reason we're doing this is because drawing straws is a really specific element. We're changing it from 1 to 1 slightly more common. I propose we instead have it random chance. I don't know, dice, straws.
Just leave it up.
Yeah, dice, straws.
So why do you even have to be that specific?
I'm saying we don't be specific.
Okay.
So we change it from a random roll of dice to random selection, random chance.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to amend this proposal from dice roll to random chance. Is there a second? You second, seconded by Mr. Voss. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I know you were wanting to speak, but did you want to speak to this amendment?
They're not. I mean, I don't think that's specific enough. Random chance. I mean, gambling machines are rigged against you, and they're still random chance. So I don't think it's specific enough. They're negative EV.
The problem is, when we're using the dice around, and I know we're changing it, but if it's homes, I mean, are we gonna just do?
Let's do it by arm wrestling. Yes. The person with no arms loses by default.
I don't know if that's legal. I think that might be discriminatory against the disabled.
Gentlemen, please.
Are we? Show me the law that we're in violation of.
All right.
I have a subsidiary motion. Can we
table.
Table. It would be table.
We have a motion to table it.
I actually want to. Red and chicks, exactly.
Okay.
And I think I want to change this, but I want to get through the actual ballot proposal with delays for 3 years before we start adding new stuff on top.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a motion to postpone, or to table, sorry. Do we have a second, Mr. Voss? Is there any objection to laying this on the table? Hearing and seeing none, it's been put on the table, and we resume the BARC report.
All right. Gentlemen.
Oh, real quick. I've seen this before in other bylaws. By lot is what they typically go with.
All right, we've done the swearing. All right. Proposal 10. This is a very short clean. I've been scrolling a little further for this. This is a quick and easy section, Article 8, Section 4D. Why does it say Section 5? Okay, that 5 is a typo. Keep going. Scroll down. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Oh, there is more than this. I'm sorry. I was only seeing the first page. My apologies. All right. More than I thought here. Section 4 amend. This is some language cleanups and clarifications on the roles of the delegates for this convention regarding nomination endorsement of candidates. So it starts at 4D, and that's just a technical change to address the delegates versus the convention. And it's the annual convention, not just technical cleanup. Going to section E, changing to up to 10 minutes because, well, if they don't use their full 10, that's no big deal. Striking or such longer times the chair determines. We don't want to have the chair to make that call because that should be up to the delegates to decide. For F, an intermission period shall occur after the candidates address, fix the language to say when they address the delegates to the convention. And before it says the first ballot, change it to each vote to allow paper ballots to be prepared in offices for candidates to provide notice of intent. That's just to make things run a little smoother. Strike section G because it's kind of covered in F. H, NOTA, all nominations for public office. Because while we say on the option of ballots, NOTA can always be a nomination. Delegates, that's a technical change, or voting for NOTA. Let's see, where else? Okay, sought for nomination or endorsement at the convention by the delegates, that's technically cleanup. I, drop the 2/3 to a majority for nominations. Traditionally, majority is what you do for nominations, not a 2/3 by the delegates. Okay, can we scroll down further? Oh, too far. Get the top part of J in there a little higher. There we go. Okay, for J, whenever 2 more candidates are on the ballot for an office after, was 2 ballots, this is the first ballot, then we can drop the fewest votes or less than NOTA. So that's just to accelerate the balloting. In case of tie, all candidates with fewest votes shall be eliminated. So no drawing straws in order to drop the bottom one. That's all to streamline the voting. Strikeout K, because we've never had that happen anyway. If we have a note after 10 ballots, then we got a major problem. If we have 10 ballots, we have a major problem. L is unchanged.
2024 National Convention would like to have a word with you.
That was only 7. And it's never happened here. And last, M, addition. If you only have one guy in NOTA, one candidate in NOTA, we can do a voice vote or a show of hands in lieu of ballots, just to make it simple.
Oh, I love that one. All right, is there in?
Scroll back up to J.
Yes.
Back up Yeah, Jay kind of splits the screen. Is there a way to eliminate the white space in between those? Well, you're in Word, aren't you?
But that's a footer.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I can just, yeah, I
If
know
you
what
bring
you're
it,
saying.
bring it up, yeah. No, just bring your mouse right here.
Is there?
But the other way to do is you bring your mouse to the gap and you just double click it and press it.
All right, you see everything? Okay, is there a debate on this, Mr. Voss?
I guess I have a question.
Yep.
I'd like to inquire as to the rationale in replacing convention with delegates. I mean, there are more people at convention than just delegates.
Because the delegates are the ones who are the ones doing the voting on all this.
Okay, so people who aren't delegates must leave?
No, but they don't vote.
So why do we need to make that distinction?
It was a distinction change from the previous versions of Robert's Rules of Order to the one that came out like 10 years ago. They changed the nomenclature. This is just updating it to old
So this Robert fellow changed his words, and we're just updating our wording to match that? Is that essentially correct?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
It's a distinction without a difference. Fine.
Right. You still have a sticker.
Okay, is there any more discussion or, is there any more discussion or debate on this bylaw amendment proposal? Hearing, Mr. Reese.
I want to do two things. Rick, I'm just a little out of the blue. I want to, in section D, I want to change 10 minutes to 2, because if anyone's talking for 10 minutes as a candidate, I will personally yell at you. And 2, I would like to strike the sentence, the candidate shall provide a minimum of 25 copies of this information to be made available to the convention delegates, because we don't use paper anymore, we all have computers in our hands.
All right, sorry,
Let's
I
take
got
those
D.
one at a
Where's
time.
D? Yeah, we got D. Where's the other one?
It's at C.
Halfway through C. I just want to add that in real quick, because that's bugging me for years, and I just remembered it.
The candidate shall provide a minimum of 25 copies of this information. What are you wanting? Strike that entire sentence.
Let's do the 2 minutes thing first. Do the 2 minutes thing first.
All right, we'll divide this into parts. We'll start off with the 10 to 2 minutes.
We can. I was just adding that as an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I figure we can maybe get through this.
Let's just take it one piece at a time.
All right, so is there any discussion or debate from changing to 10 to 2 minutes?
Put the word 2 up there to go with the 10. To go with it.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Should we do at least 2?
What? How about just up to? Because that matches what's in aim.
Okay, well,
Yeah, 2.
we have it where it is currently at. Mr. Boyd, did you want to speak to this amendment?
I don't.
Mr. Seebeck.
I would simply like to inquire to the rationale behind 2 minutes specifically.
Because, Ollie,
You need to speak to your rationale.
why 2 minutes?
Okay, let's just explain that to him. No reason. Long story short, if we want them to talk longer, we can make a floor vote and let them talk longer. As this is written, we are required in our bylaws for any candidate to hold and snuff speech for 10 minutes on the floor. No questions asked. We cannot suspend it. Too bad. And if that is 10 minutes of yodeling, 10 minutes of yodeling. That's done. That's no reason. We can make it 30 seconds for like here. I think 2 minutes. That's the wrong because it's common time. So there you go.
Thank you. Ms. Paige Nelson.
Thank you. I would think that 5 minutes is better. I wanted to ask because 2 minutes is very short to give a little spiel about who you are and what you think. If you really are running for an office and you want to tell the people about your views. So I think 10 was quite a bit, but I think 2 is too short. So that's my thought.
Again, you can both let them have it for longer. This is the minimum we're required to give them. They can have more if they want.
Does that make sense?
I know it's the minimum you're required, but it seems that the minimum should be a little more than 2 minutes. That's my thought. I understand that. But I mean, you can always extend the time, but most candidates, many candidates who are new, like me, you know, when I came into the party, I would have known to ask for more minutes if you didn't tell me I have 5 minutes or 2 minutes. You know, if you told me I have 2 minutes and the next guy wants more, and then all of a sudden it becomes something that's amendable, I would like to see that. I don't think 2 minutes is enough time, honestly, but 5 minutes, yes. 10 minutes, that's on the other side. It's pretty long, so that's my comment. Pardon me?
Counter-argument, I've done a lot of news interviews. They will take 10 minutes each to cut it down to 30 seconds. With the way the news media is, if you're going to run for office, you got to be able to talk in 30 seconds. Get all the
No, they interviewed me for 2 hours, and they gave me 30 seconds, and the other guy 30 minutes, okay? So, that's news.
Mr. Chair, call the question.
Okay, if there is no further discussion or debate, we will move to a vote on Mr. Reese's amendment. Hearing no objection, is there an objection to Mr. Reese's? There is. Okay, so we'll do a quick voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. I believe the ayes have it. It is amended to 2 minutes. We are back to the proposal. Oh, yes.
The second part.
This one right here.
Right.
Very simple rationale. I have not seen, other than these, I have not seen any candidate give out paper copies in about 10 years. They are, anyone who hasn't done that is technically not allowed to be a candidate. Nobody cares. Let's just get rid of it. It's administrative. We have the internet. Simple as.
Okay. Is there any discussion or debate on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Support, it's just wasting trees.
Okay.
What about Amish people?
What about them? They don't show up here.
Okay. Is there any further debate on this proposal? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any objection to this bylaw proposal as amended? Hearing and seeing no objection, it passes.
We're back to the main. That was that amendment, so we're back to the main.
All right, we're on to 11.
No, that was just his amendment. We haven't
No,
passed
we
the whole
already
thing.
did. We already did that one. That was.
We did?
It was passed without objection.
No. That was his strike amendment there. We're back to the main. No. So I know that we did one vote on the 2 minutes. Right.
And then I believe I called for a vote on the striking, and there was no objection. But we can redo it in case there. No.
10 minutes.
No, proposal 10.
Proposal 10 has amended entirely. The answer is no.
Yeah. All right, just to make sure, because we had multiple motions or passing without objections. So to make sure everyone's on the same page, does anyone think that we were not on the main bylaw proposal as amended? We got one person, 2 people. Anyone else? And you guys wanted it to pass, right?
I was trying to make sure that everything was done administratively.
Okay, so I rule that there was no objection to the amendment. The second part of your amendment. The first one was we did a voice vote. The second one was passed without objection.
Right.
And then the main proposal, as amended, has passed without objection. Okay. Moving on to 11.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion from the floor.
Yes, Dr. Reese.
Yeah, I would like to move to suspend the rules and reconsider alternate delegates to the committee. I've been in contact with Caroline Woody in Huntsville. She has joined the Libertarian Party of Alabama within the last half hour, and I move we add her to an alternate in 4th position.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Reese and seconded by Mr. Reese.
That's the receipt. That's all.
Okay. She is. going to say this. I think it might be smoother to do that with the first executive committee meeting.
Perfect. That's totally satisfied. I removed my motion.
Okay.
I think that would be a hell of a lot easier to do at 6 years.
Did he state the motion? No, you looked up and stated, so it can be rescinded properly.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, proposal 11. We've only got 2 left of these folks, so.
Yeah, I was going to move us, or see if we wanted to jump to the platform, but we are almost done with the bark, and I think everyone's okay with staying a little bit longer anyway, so we're fine.
Information, does the venue is out at any time?
No, we have this until 10 p.m.
Perfect. I say we bylaws until 10 p.m.
We only got
10,
2.
11, and 12.
No, we
You
got
only
a
have 2 more
platform to worry
proposals.
about.
Yep.
And I gotta drive home tonight. Anyway, okay, proposal 11. This is more technical cleanup stuff. Well, partially. But nominations and endorsement of candidates and the executive committee. This is Article 8, Section 5. And is there more than one page to this one? Is my next dumb question? And the answer is barely. Okay. Bunch of cleanups in here. So this is, why did it say 6 up there? It should be 5. But anyway, I think you might have jumped a numbering thing in Word, but don't worry about it. Okay, Article 8, Section 5. The executive committee may nominate and endorse candidates, etc. A, strike 4, add, nominate or endorse for, that's just a language cleanup. Any office having its general election, strike in the current, replace within 1 calendar year, because that didn't accommodate special elections.
Is that defined as 365 days under?
1 calendar year.
Is that 365 days, not the current calendar year? Which one?
It'd be 365 days on non-leap year years. It'd be 366 for the leap year.
Yeah. Okay. B, strike 4 again, replace with nominate or endorse for any special election. C, strike when, nominate or endorse if the party's nominated or endorsed candidate. These are all language cleanup. When, replace nominate or endorse a different candidate if a candidate's nomination or endorsement is removed or rescinded by the executive committee. That's a replacement. E, strike when, endorse if all members of the executive committee have been provided with basic information on the candidate, et cetera, et cetera. And F, strike the majority of those present and voting and replace it with vote, which is basically the same thing.
Yep, okay. Is there any discussion on bylaw proposal? We're at, what, 12? 11, sorry. Bylaw proposal 11. Any discussion or debate? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go straight to the vote. Is there any objection to bylaw proposal 11? Anyone? No? It passes without objection. Moving on to 12, and that's the final one, right?
That is the final one, yes.
But we already did.
We already did 13. We did that first thing.
Okay.
Okay, proposal 12, nominations by affiliates. Again, technical language cleanups again. This is Article 6, Section 6. Article 8, you're right, sorry. Okay, Article 8, Section 6, strike candidates may nominate affiliate, replace with affiliates may nominate or endorse candidates. That's just wording change. Again, the 4, replace with nominate or endorse, calendar year again. This is very similar to what we just saw. If the delegates or state executive committee did not nominate a candidate for the office. States in there to clarify between state or county affiliates. B, strike the 4, nominate or endorse for any special election, again, the if condition for the state executive. C, strike the when, replace nominate or endorse if the affiliate holds, and we struck registered and replaced with major party status as provided elsewhere in the bylaws. Strike that part. B, nominations shall require at least 4 members present and a 2/3, again, take out the majority present voting for this vote. And then not upon nomination by the affiliate and minutes describing the circumstances. Wait a second, there's a second page, okay. Of such nominations being presented to the strike party, replaced with delegates or state executive committee as appropriate. The candidate shall be considered as nominated, strike the last part, by the party. E is unchanged. F, change, withdraw to rescind, technical change.
Okay. Is there any discussion or debate? Mr. Reese.
So it says major party, I'm not opposed to major party in subsection.
C.
Yeah, see? We don't define that anywhere in bylaws, it's not defined under Alabama laws in that, by the words major party.
Okay.
Do we want, I think we should do something about that. Maybe we should have this political party as defined by Alabama law, or something, because that is to be legalistic about it, that is a definitional term that is not defined by any document that is under these bylaws.
As soon as I read that part, I was like, I knew you were going to come up with that, and I don't disagree.
It's important. I hate to be pedantic, but it's the law.
It's a fair statement, but what's the right word?
I don't know. The thing that comes to me, although it's clunky, is holds political party status as defined by Alabama code.
Oh.
That's clunky.
Actually, that's about
It's the most specific.
Yeah, I don't think you can do better.
I'm 85% sure it's 171340 in Alabama code. I know that well, where it defines political party.
So change major to political?
We have political party used elsewhere.
Well, I meant-
Okay, what about holds party status as recognized by the Secretary of State?
Oh, that works too.
Yeah.
Because the county also it goes to the Secretary of State.
It does. So think about it for a second. That'll work. I like that.
Okay, so let's capture that. Holds, so strike major.
Yep.
Okay, and then leave party status, and then add as determined by the Secretary of State. Was that Ollie?
It's recognized.
Recognized.
Oh, wait. None of this talks about primaries.
No, it does not.
Oh, no, you're not going to open that.
And I just thought of that, and I hate to mention it, but I don't know how this. Wait, no, we have language in answer. Where's the original file?
Let's Ollie, let's handle this part first. Okay.
Should we put Alabama Secretary of State?
Yes, I would. I would, just for clarity's sake. Okay. That's fine. That's trying to get the right wording.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor from Mr. Reese, and I did the wording based off of what we just discussed.
I'll second it.
Yeah, like that. Good.
And Mr. Seebeck has seconded it. Okay. Is there any debate on this amendment to the proposal? Mr. Voss?
Purely clerical in nature, there's a hanging period before the as.
Fine contribution, sir. Not necessarily ancillary help, just thinking we go down through subsections, we have it.
Okay.
Go to the eyes. We're fine. Anson and I wrote a giant clutch we should probably look at someday relating to how primaries work in this state.
Agreed. But yeah. Okay. Is there any discussion or debate on the amendment to the proposal? Hearing and seeing none, the proposal is amended. Is there any discussion or debate on the proposal as amended? Hearing and seeing none, the bylaw proposal passes without objection. Let's give a round of applause. We got through the entire BARC report.
Hold it. We still have one bit on the table.
Oh, wait, there's one more. Huh?
Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We still have one laid on the table.
Oh, wait, hold on. The clap still works. I said BARC report. I didn't say bylaws. BARC report. There's a difference.
One that's laid on the table.
We might actually get through it, though.
We have one that's laid on the table.
We're almost there. We've got like one more. So we got. There was a bylaw amendment that was laid on the table. Is someone moving to? Mr. Reese is moving to bring it from the table. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Sewell.
Yes, second.
Okay. So the bylaw amendment was to remove random draw and replace it with dice roll for Article 7.
And that was amended to change a chance.
We didn't put it on screen.
What I said was never read by the chair. So technically, we're still at your original proposal. I thought about it, and I have a better idea with it than I like more.
Arm wrestling. Arm wrestling.
Leg wrestling.
Leg wrestling. The guy with no arms back in the game.
Yeah. Got off the man with no legs.
Loser.
This morning. You were very safe.
What's the original wording?
Extremely safe, honestly. For secretarial job, it's a much better place.
All right, I'll just do a dot, dot, dot.
Judging from your own perspective with I will tell you.
Does it continue being safe?
We should put a B in front of that ties too. What section is it?
Oh.
Not for me. My girlfriend might be interested.
I think it should be time. I think we should take a long break.
Let's finish these bylaws. We're almost there.
Bylaws. And then we should have safety. Or just table.
Yeah, I already got the dot, dot, dot next to the
We
second.
don't have a lot of time. It's pretty short.
Like
We
right
got
here?
most of them.
Between the B and the ties.
Okay.
I think it's better to be safe when we have nothing else to do than try and stop sooner to be extra safe.
And then we're replacing random draw.
Oh man, but they wanted to be hard.
Yep.
And you're a secretary. You signed up for it.
Yep. You have to head out. All right, man. Let's get to you.
You can be really safe this evening when we're all said and done. Until then, we have to be real safe. It's a treat. You leaving? Heading home? Yeah. Just nothing else here is going to be particularly substantive. It's good to see you again. I'm glad you're already looking better from last night. I'm glad.
That's good.
You want a sticker?
Get a gold star.
Give me a gold star. Okay.
I got a
yellow.
rock.
I like that reference. Okay, it's up on the screen. Floor Proposal 2, Article 7, Section 6, Subsection B. The last sentence, and it's changing ties shall be broken by, and striking out random draw and replacing it with dice roll. Yep.
20-sided. It's my 20-sided die.
Hi. All right, so here's what I want to do. I thought, is this on? Here's what I thought. Here's my conclusion. I think the most representative way to do alternative replacements is first by letting the delegate being replaced choose their replacement, and I'll tell you why. If someone is leaving the floor, either permanently or temporarily, they were elected by by our convention with the assumption of they have a particular set of views. If we want to honor spiritually or whatever, honor the decision of the convention the best, the delegate who is being replaced should be able to choose, so it's more likely to be more accurate and more similar to the original delegate's positions on issues. Failing that, I think it should be by lot, randomly in cases of incapacitation or unexpected unavailability. So I would move that we amend the amendment and we have it. Actually, no, we're going to have to bring more text into this to get everything I want. I'm sorry, Sam. Can we get the entire section 6 up here real quick?
Yep, let me fetch it. Give me a second.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
You got me. This is what I meant by I wanted to chew into that.
It's Article 7.
It's long. I acknowledge that. So,
Yep.
6. What are you asking? Oh.
I am.
Yeah, you are. You're on the wrong bylaw. We need Article 7.
Oh, I got all the way up to 8. Gotcha.
You're good. It's that whole clutch, 6 and below. I apologize for bringing it in here. There's not that much we can deal with it, but I want it all up on the screen for my own sanity. I realize just need B and C, but I just bring the whole thing up here because we're already here. Yeah, no, I do like the best day of my life to date was the first night my first girlfriend stayed over, which again had a big event, which did later in the day at LPMCA convention. We worked the entire bylaws. It was March. No, it was January 3rd of 2025. January 5th, I'm sorry. Nice.
It's a good day.
Can't complain. And then I think I came home and got drunk. Drug, sex, and violence.
Should be a walkout.
Thank you, Sam. I know it's a little annoying, but I do really appreciate it.
No problem. All right, so we've got
All right, here we go.
Article 7 in its entirety here. We've got Section 6, and then the original proposal is to modify subsection B to replace random draw with dice roll. Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Reese.
Yep. Just give me 1 second. All right. I would like to strike, starting at alternate shall be ranked in the order of until the end.
So strike.
No. Look, the second one shall be ranked in order of. Next sentence, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Till the end. And we can workshop this language a little bit. I'm going to try and do it as elegantly as I can, but I'm sure it can be refined. When replacing delegates, hold on, let me start. When substituting, the delegate being replaced may choose the alternate to replace them. If they decline or they are unable, it shall be decided by lot.
Wait, say slowly one more time. So
Okay. When substituting alternates, the delegate being replaced may choose the alternate to replace them. I'm already getting it better. If unable or unwilling, it shall be decided by lot.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Will or shall?
I don't think this is the right place for that.
I was thinking the same.
This is about selection of alternates here at a
Convention.
I think it's beyond.
What you're describing is substitution of alternates at
So-
the national convention.
Yeah? Is your point, well, I mean, it's also changing the fact that we do it this way at the state.
Yeah, but so.
Are you saying it's not germane to the amendment?
Yeah, because what this one is doing at the moment is it's changing from a random draw to a dice roll, and this is only for the ranking of alternates when we have elected them at a convention.
Right.
When there's a tie, which is different than having the alternate substituting, because that would happen after a convention and would be done by the EC.
I suppose that's fair.
I believe that this is not germane.
Your point is well taken. So we are back to the original amendment.
I'll just do this. I just want to change dice roll to by lot, and we can just call it at that. That's good enough. I want to work with that at some point, but that could be at a later convention, next year or whatever. Huh? What? I think by lot is defined in modern specifically, as I recall. That's fine. I'll take that.
Okay, yeah, let me just, yeah, you're right. I should probably just undo it until we get there.
It's kind of
Yeah, you undid too much.
This is a national level thing? Did it pass? Okay, well, I'd vote against it, but the point of this is already may be named, doesn't have to be may. Right. And if may, still may. You don't have to do it like that. Right. But the point of it is there's duplication. It's not, it's a may, it's not even a should. If it was a should, it would be an implication. It's just a may. Right, but what you were trying to do was saying substitution. That's right.
Okay, look, so, okay.
It's a minor change.
Is there any discussion or debate to Mr. Reese's amendment to change from dice roll to lot? Mr. Merritt.
What is a lot?
You have actually, I actually pulled this up. This is the AI overview definition. Okay, Google searched with define by lot. By lot refers to a method of decision making or selection based entirely on chance, random selection, or fortune rather than choice or merit. And it involves drawing or casting items such as straws, pebbles, or papers with names to determine a winner, share, or fate.
Okay.
So yeah, it would be drawing straws, it would be coin flips, it would be dice, it would be whichever method that we all agree to.
Is the implication of equal odds of equal outcomes?
Yes.
Yeah,
And by the way, I can speak that I've seen by lot in state constitutions. And if you look at Alabama law for tie breaking, it actually does say by lot as well. So it would actually make it in accordance with the state law. With how the state does it.
Just to add, in Virginia last year, they had theirs says by lot, and they decided to tie by rolling a 20-sided dice.
Yep. Yep.
They played high card, low card.
Yeah, but yeah, as soon as I saw that kind of being brought up, I was like, I do remember that wording. I saw it somewhere, and so I looked it up while we were talking about it. Okay, we are back on the proposal itself, and it is ties shall be broken by lot. Is there any further discussion?
Can we get rid of the capitalization in shall?
Yeah, that's typo.
Friendly amendment.
Well, friendly amendment.
Scrivener's error.
All amendments are on friendly.
If that's errata, we can do with it.
That's a Scrivener's error.
Okay, who made that amendment? Mr. Merritt. Hold on, is there a second? Mr. Reese seconds it. Is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none. Hearing and seeing none, the proposal is as amended. Yep, we're already on the vote. I don't think there was any more debate and discussion. Okay. All those in favor of this bylaw proposal? Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, it passes. Okay.
Move to go on a platform.
Yes, we are now, the orders of the day is now platform report.
We've been working on this for 3 years.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. We've already entertained 2 bylaw amendments from the floor. Yeah, I would say that.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to move on to
Yep.
Mr. Ganell, second.
Okay, this is going to be my ruling. If you want to take up these floor amendment, bylaw amendments, you will need to suspend the rules to get to them, and then we'll do the 3/4 and everything else. So make a.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion pending on the floor. Yes, I moved to go to platform.
I thought it was just orders of the day. We didn't need a motion.
That was a motion. Did you get a second? Did you second? Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, so Mr. Seebeck did make a motion to move to platform before you had actually brought up that. I was thinking it was just orders of the day, but then Mr. Ganella did second it. So if we want to honor the motion, okay. I take it there is an objection because we have the other bylaw amendments. So all those in favor of moving to platform, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Sounds like the nays. Okay. All those who want to move to platforms, raise your hand. Okay, I see 6. I'm actually going to also vote on this one, 7. Okay, lower your hands. All those opposed? 5 opposed. The ayes have it, or in any explicit abstentions? 2, and it would be a 2/3 vote. No. Oh, majority for moving. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because we're just going to this. All right, 2 explicit abstentions. The ayes have it. We are moving to platform. Please welcome up Mr. Ganella, the Platform Committee Chair.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Thank you. One minor correction. Mark Lewis was not on this year's chair, but I do not remember the name of the third party at this time. But that is not germane to any of the proposals. Proposal 1, Health and Medicine, Civil Liberties. I'm not going to bore you by reading it out loud. I'm sure we all remember COVID, so unless anyone wants to make any discussion regarding Proposal 1.
Yep. Okay, everyone, we are on the platform. We are on Proposal 1. It has been introduced by Mr. Ganella. Is there any discussion or debate on Proposal 1, which is Health and Medicine? I was going to just wait. If I don't hear anyone wanting discussion or debate, so instead of calling the question, we'll just go straight to a vote. All those in favor of Proposal 1 to the platform, or is there any objection to Proposal 1? There is an objection? Okay. All right. All those in favor of Proposal 1, please raise your hand at this time. Count 10. All right, lower your hands. All those opposed? 2 opposed. And then lower your hands. Any explicit abstentions? Mr. Merritt, your abstention? And okay, 2 explicit abstentions.
I'll abstain.
Abstain?
I'll change to abstention.
Yep, I got you. So 2 abstentions. Go ahead and move on to the second one. Proposal 1 has been adopted.
Proposal 2, the right to keep and bear arms. I really hope there are no libertarians who disagree with that.
Let me pass real quick.
Yeah.
We appreciate that this is proposal number 2.
Good point. You have an amendment to this.
We did that on purpose.
Yes.
I want to add in criminal to in front of liability for further we oppose extension of liability. I want to make a criminal liability specific.
So.
This is because I have a weird view about civil courts, and I'm looking. For example, the 365 case, if you want to go on, it should be 320. 320 thing. This guy just comes. I don't think that is what she does.
Okay, so the amendment to the proposal is to add the word criminal between of and liability. Is there any discussion or debate on this amendment?
Yes.
Does it need to be seconded? Yes. Oh, it would need to be seconded. Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Paige Nelson seconds it.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the effect of adding criminal in that sentence is?
I think Mr. Reese would need to speak to it because I think that's part.
What is the effect of adding criminal in?
He's wanting to know what the effect of adding criminal to it.
I don't, if you want to be able to civilly sue a company for any dumb reason you want, I think it is a matter of your civil rights as a private person. I don't support it, but if you want to, you should.
With this sentence, this is the extension of liability for crimes committed by the users of such arms. And so, what is the adding of the criminal liability?
Wrongful death lawsuit will be a civil thing from a crime.
He's not wrong.
I'm being really minute about this.
He's being ridiculously.
I can explain it for like 5 minutes straight, and if it's really want, or we can vote it now.
Yeah.
Or we can vote it out.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, Mr. Boyd, your objection to this amendment is that it does state crimes committed by the users of such arms later, and so it's implying criminal. Yep.
Point of information. I didn't understand what effect it has on that
Gotcha.
sentence and what in total
Okay.
that actually means.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Seebeck.
Okay. Speaking against this for a couple of reasons. Number one, how do you extend criminal liability for crimes committed by the user of the arms? That basically is saying that you can prosecute the gun makers for the mass shooter.
Correct.
That is absurd. It doesn't make it right. It's absurd.
Which is why we're objecting to it. The platform is against it.
However, here's the problem, though. By making it criminal, it excludes civil, and that also is absurd. That's why we didn't put either one in there and left it as the broader liability.
I agree it's absurd, but I don't think that means it should be illegal.
It doesn't say it should be.
I don't think it should. I think it should be allowed, even though I want all dumb. I guess that's the point.
Okay. So we have this amendment from Mr. Reese. It has been seconded by Ms. Paige Nelson. Is there any further discussion or debate on this amendment? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any objection to this amendment? Yep, there is. Okay. All those in favor of making this amendment, making this change, say aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. And we're back to the original language of the proposal. Okay. Is there any further discussion or debate on the proposal?
Let me ask a question. Here in Alabama, there's not anything about felons getting the right to vote or anything like that.
I can answer that question.
Yep, Mr. Reese.
Okay, so no felons allowed to vote. You can get a post-punishment pardon, which then you're never prosecuted or guilty at all, and then you can vote and own firearms. That's basically what a pardon is. All right. That's not. We like to get a language.
Sure.
So no felon who's still a felon can vote on guns. If you get expunged or pardoned, I don't know exactly how it's worded in the law, you can.
Yeah, I think as far as law goes, the only actual expungement is for misdemeanors.
Maybe. I don't know the exact verbiage. I talked to Joe Combs about this.
Yeah.
and he knows the knowledge.
So is this a question about closing all laws
Yep.
restricting the right?
Yes, my name, because that's what I was asking, because like in Florida, at one point there was a debate in the Libertarian Party about whether or not they should say, when it came to firearms, whether or not they should exclude child sex offenders and violent offenders from their firearms.
Okay, Ms. Paige Nelson had her hand up. Ms. Paige Nelson.
I know that there is you can vote if you have not committed an unmoral turpitude. However, my position is if you were given a sentence for a crime, when you get out of your sentence, you are done. Why would
The
you
court has
punish
determined that you have paid your debt to society.
Exactly. So why would you be punishing people? My position is if you go to jail and you get out, you finish whatever term that they said. Because I know Tom explains to us that everything is a charge. And if you really had
Thank you, Ms. Paige Nelson. All right, from a quick interjection. From my understanding, therefore, we oppose all laws restricting the right of the people to acquire, own, manufacture. I think that line does indicate that we are against laws that make ex-felons who have paid their time to lose their gun rights. That's the way that I would interpret that line, because we're saying we're against all laws, and that's a law that opposes the right to people to acquire firearms.
I move to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. As a quick check, before we do that, was there any objection to going to a vote? All right, we're just going to go straight to a vote and pass over that. All right, all those in favor of Proposal 2 as written, is there any objection to Proposal 2? Hearing and seeing none, Proposal 2 is adopted. Mr. Cannella, please go to Proposal 3.
All right, Proposal 3, election reform, in which we divorce political parties from primaries, basically. I mean, you can all read it. We just don't like it when the parties get government funding for their primaries, especially since we know who gets that funding. So it puts control of the candidate selection back in control directly of the parties to fund and run the selection process.
Okay, is there any discussion or debate on this item? Mr. Seebeck.
I would like to add that on the part about the requirements, should we have a requirement about legal age? Oh, okay.
Where it says requirements, it is talking about the party. We're talking about things like ballot access, which has been used to oppress third parties.
Gotcha. Okay, Mr. Gunnell, I actually have a question.
Yes.
As far as the platform committee goes, what were the thoughts on the fact that we have a county affiliate that has been in open primaries? Do you think that the party or its affiliates engaging in open primaries has an effect on this language, or
no? As long as we are able to take advantage of it, we can choose whether or not to. The goal is to abolish the system and put us all on equal footing. It's like the old question of, I paid into Social Security for 50 years. Should I get any of it back? Is it inconsistent with libertarian principles? I say if you're getting your own money back, then it's not inconsistent.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Sorry. My question was more on the wording and the phrasing, I guess, without kind of that clarification. Could it be read in such a way where it would just appear to be hypocritical for someone who doesn't understand that we hold the view that we're only engaging in it while it's still being forced upon the people?
I can answer that.
Okay, Mr. Seebeck.
Well, it's very simple, okay? Our tax dollars are being stolen from us to fund these things. So therefore, if we have the option to participate in them with using our money, then we should have that option. But at the same time, if we're excluded, then why in the hell should my money be used to subsidize a private corporation named DNC or RNC Inc. for their internal selections for candidates that are opposed to us? Why should we support what we don't like?
Understood. All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion or debate? Mr. John Seebeck.
Point of inquiry. Why is the part about the support the right of the people to petition issues also about, why is that part of this plank and not the plank in proposal number 4?
They're two different. Well, this is about people voting. Legislative reform is a different issue. We want people to be able to vote on this as well.
Okay. Mr. Lewis? Okay. Is there any further discussion or debate on proposal number 3? Hearing and seeing none, we will proceed to a vote on proposal 3. Is there any objection to proposal number 3? Hearing and seeing none, proposal 3 is adopted. We're on proposal number 4.
Proposal number 4, legislative reform. Right now, counties and cities have to get the states to approve some of the things they do, changing some of their laws. This is separation of powers.
Point of information.
Yes.
What is the quorum number?
Uh-oh, we're running out of people. You're right. That's a matter for the chair.
Okay, hold on. We are getting a quorum check.
And maybe someone go out into the bar and kick a few people.
Yep. Okay, so we need to have 13 delegates to have quorum.
There's some people coming back now.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
People are coming back.
There's kind of a simultaneous bathroom break that just happened. Sorry, all.
Okay. No worries. All right. I believe we still have quorum, so we'll continue on. We're on proposal number 3 or 4. Yeah,
4.
4.
4. We just finished
4. Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
Proposal 4.
Yes. Proposal 3. What about proposal 3, sir? Are you trying to?
He's saying, point of order, you didn't have quorum on the last one.
Oh, I see. Point of order. We did not have quorum
Okay,
while
yeah.
we voted on 3.
Point of order, and it seemed to have quorum as quorum is called. So technically speaking, this is weird.
I understand. The ruling is that we would have needed someone to call quorum check before we engaged in the vote. Okay?
All right. So
Thank you.
Ruling of the chair to go on to 4.
We are on to 4.
Legislative reform. Again, like I was saying, it's about separation of powers, letting the cities have more of their own power without the state telling them what to do.
Okay.
Anyone want to speak on it?
Mr. Seebeck.
Okay. We just recently had this problem in Marshall County. They had to go to the state legislature to get permission to be able to sell alcohol in the county outside of outside of a couple of wet towns, and that's kind of stupid. The county should be making that call, not having to go to Montgomery and beg for permission to do this stuff. That's what this is all about. And besides, also another point: if each level of government in this state is untangled from every other level, it makes it easier for us to get busy and roll all that stuff back rather than having to deal with all the other tentacles attached to it. So it makes it easier, our job easier in the long haul.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mike Seebeck. Mr. John Seebeck.
Point of information, the Alabama State Constitution has over 900 amendments. That's not bureaucratic organization, that's bureaucratic spaghetti code.
That has nothing to do with us.
Thank you, Mr. John Seebeck. Is there any further discussion or debate on proposal number 4? Hearing and seeing none, is there any objection to proposal number 4? Hearing and seeing none, proposal 4 is adopted. We're on to proposal 5.
All right, proposal 5, education. This is where we criticize the public schools and come out in favor of private schools and homeschools. Anyone want to speak about it? I see no one wishing to engage in a strenuous discussion over this.
We're going to give everyone a moment just to read through it.
All right. Proposal 5 about education against public schools in favor of private schools and homeschools. Any discussion?
Mr. Reese.
Do we want to do something about voucher schools? I always thought it's a really good middle way slash training to those folks in higher education. It's an open floor question, I guess. Does anybody have any strong feelings about voucher schools? Define what a voucher school is. It's a school that operates with a voucher that you give, kind of like a credit that you get from the government. So instead of, you're basically having this being choice.
There are arguments in favor and against voucher schools as a libertarian proposal. One argument against is that the school will have to meet government standards to receive a voucher.
Yes.
Anyone else? You want to speak? You want to speak? You're both in line.
All right, Ms. Paige Nelson.
So you're on the I think on the
Education.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the education because education has really become a means of assimilation. And one thing about the schools, they have not taught us to be competitive in the free market. They don't expect you to do anything except conform. So when you talk about even vouchers, then you get back to, do we believe in taxing, you know? So there needs to be a transition period between this, because if we vote and all of a sudden they stop doing taxes, I'm a victim of this thing where when we were going to be given DEI, first of all, I always call civil rights black constitutional rights, because I just want constitutional rights. I never knew that we need to have civil rights leaders because nobody elects them. So when you talk about civil liberties, you wonder, if you cannot control what your child is being taught, why are you actually funding it? So at what point there must be, I do not support public education because we cannot control it. I don't support anything that a family or cannot control. So yes, I agree with this. However, I think that there should be some language in there where if people have been continuously disenfranchised and routed to this by lack of education, lack of ability to understand it, there has to be some type of a transition for those people who have been disenfranchised. I grew up in like an area where we were taught really well in school. Then my daddy died and we had to move down to an area that was just the ghetto. And the people just played all day and the teachers didn't even care what we learned, you know, and had not had a background where I cared about my education, I never would have an education. So when we make these rules, I just want to have like a stopgap, but welfare should never be permanent. None of this stuff should be permanent, and that's what has happened. So yeah, as far as supporting the public education has turned into something that creates a society that is not competitive and routes 1% of the people to having 90% of the money. So yes, whatever we can do, I like this. I like not funding public education, but at some point, we've got to say there are some people who honestly had no choice, and they wound up, you know, in this vacuum that they won't ever be able to overcome without some kind of step stool to get out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paige Nelson.
I appreciate your input, but in order to act on it, we need actual wording for an amendment, if you want to do that.
Okay, I would like to say that, yes, we favor it, but if there is, there should be a way to identify genuine methodologies according with the situation that exists. So I would say we would need to support methodologies that would genuinely give a timetable and a way out.
Okay, Ms. Paige Nelson, that it seems like a bit of a complex amendment. If you would like to make this an amendment that is a motion, can you please write it down and submit it?
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Is there any papers somewhere I can borrow?
There is paper on that printer that you can grab. Okay, while we're waiting on her to work on her amendment, is there any other discussion or debate? Mr. Seebeck.
John.
I would just like to add that mentorships are a thing. So once we're done with Paige Nelson's amendment, I'll move to amend to add comma mentorships comma in front of schools.
Okay.
It's like it would read private schools comma mentorships comma and homeschools.
Well, you can submit that now while we wait on her proposal.
Okay.
In favor of private schools, comma, mentorships, comma, and homeschools. That is your proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a proposal. Do we?
Do we have a second?
I'll second and I'll move to amend. To add after mentorships the words trade schools.
Do you take that as a friendly amendment?
It belongs to the body at this point.
It would be an
It's-
amendment to an amendment. If he takes it as a friendly, it becomes a single
We
amendment.
don't do friendly amendments. Is there any objection to John Seebeck's amendment to Mike Seebeck's amendment?
No,
Or,
Mike
well,
Seebeck's-
other way around. Mike Seebeck's amendment to John Seebeck's amendment. Hearing and seeing none, it is incorporated into the amendment on the floor.
Okay, now we have the main amendment, which adds mentorships and trade schools to the list of things we like. Any discussion on adding those three words there? Yes, Seebeck.
I'd like to add mentorships, comma, apprenticeships.
That's another amendment. That's another amendment. Are you making a motion?
And it's been seconded by Mr. Voss. Is there any objection to Lydia Seebeck's amendment to put apprenticeships? Spell it right. Apprenticeships, comma, between mentorships and trade schools? Okay. Is there any debate? No. Is there any objection to this amendment to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, it is incorporated. We are back on to Mr. John Seebeck's amendment as amended. And is there any further discussion or debate on this? Mr. Lewis?
Can we table this for Ms. Paige Nelson to write her amendment?
We don't.
Can we table this to come back to
We
it so she has
can.
time to do that?
We can finish this, and if you like, you can table overall proposal
That's
5.
That's where we are.
No, we're on the amendment to
Are
proposal
you still
5.
on the amendment, Sam, or are we back to the regular?
No. We're not back to the proposal itself. We're on to the amendment. Of,
That's what is the regular proposal.
yeah,
No,
once
we're-
we get back to the regular proposal. Okay. Okay. Is there any objection to the to Mr. Seebeck's amendment? Hearing and seeing none, the proposal is amended. I'll leave that in. Okay. And then Mr. Lewis is moving to table this proposal. Is there a second?
Does she have a word? She's writing it.
Yeah.
So, if it doesn't get tabled, then I need to make sure that I can still submit my amendment.
Well, we can table it until you're ready to submit your amendment.
Okay, yeah, because I think we're all
Yeah.
interested in this. and I think
Are you ready, or do you need more time? Yeah, would you like some more time? Because we can just table this for the moment, and then you can finish working on the wording as we.
to not get in a convention. Let me just put these words in, and then if you, just, okay, let's just table it. 'Cause
Okay.
It's something I didn't.
So there was a motion to table from Mr. Lewis. It was seconded by Mr. Boyd. Is there any objection to laying this on the table? Hearing and seeing none, it is tabled, and we are moving on to proposal 6.
Mr. Chair, I have I move to recess for a period of 30 minutes.
Okay. Would you like to speak to?
It would be a recess for about 30 minutes.
Okay, just a recess.
Why?
Because my back hurts, we are losing quorum, like pretty expeditiously. There's not a lot of people that are involved.
If we recess, we're not gonna get quorum. We're not gonna get any back. If we recess.
Okay. What, and the problem being?
The problem is we're trying to get this done after 3 years of working on it.
If we recess now, odds are we'll
First
never...
of all, you are making the assumption that what we could do has value, and we look at this platform.
Okay, so we do have a, hold on, hey.
We have the option to talk.
All right, we have a motion to recess. Is there a second?
I second
It is seconded by Ms. Paige Nelson. Is there any discussion or debate?
Yeah, we haven't really lost that much quorum. If you think about it, we had 19 people voting before, we lost 5.
Okay.
It's still majority, and they've left it to go home, and they've said what they want to do. If you want to time out, you're welcome to.
I would like a period of 30 minutes.
Mr. Chair, we still have we have 5 proposals to go plus one laid on the table. Let's try to get this. Let's keep going.
Okay, because this is.
I probably will.
Because this is not a. Because this is not a settled one, we will just take this to a vote. All those in favor of going to a 30-minute recess, raise your hand. I see 3 hands. Okay, lower them. All those opposed. I'm not even going to count. The opposed have it. We will not be going to recess. Okay.
Okay.
Someone could move to adjourn. That would be the other thing to do, but I don't think that's going to.
We can either move to adjourn or move to extend.
There's 5 more proposals. We've actually gotten through the first few proposals pretty quickly.
First 4 proposals done. Okay, we're at a time where people are discussing this. We need to eat. It's 5 o'clock where we're supposed to officially end.
All right, right now we are back onto proposals. We're on proposal number 6. Mr. Ganello, take it away.
Proposal 6, taxation. As you know, we don't like taxes. This says we support any reduction or elimination.
Okay.
Any debate on that?
Is there any discussion or debate on proposal 6? Okay. All right, hearing and seeing no discussion or debate, we move on to the vote. Is there any objection to proposal number 6? Hearing and seeing none, proposal number 6 passes, and we are now on to 7.
Proposal number 7, government welfare. Says we prefer private charity. Government welfare burden has a whole lot of negative side effects. You can read it yourself. That's just a brief description.
All right, it's just this one, not on. Okay.
Yes. No proposal spans 2 pages.
Perfect. Okay, is there any discussion or debate on proposal number 7 on welfare, which is against government welfare? I do not hear any discussion or debate on this item. We'll move on to a vote. Is there any objection to proposal number 7 on welfare? There is an objection. Okay, we will take it to a vote. All those in favor of proposal 7, raise your hand at this time. Yeah, all those in favor of proposal number 7. I count 8. All right, lower your hands. All those opposed? Okay. 1. And then all, any explicit abstentions? We've got 2 explicit abstentions. It passes.
All right, proposal 8, employment. People have the right to hire any adult they want for any position they want without government interference.
Okay, is there any discussion or debate on proposal number 8? Hearing and seeing none, we'll proceed to the vote. Is there any objection to proposal number 8 as written? There is an objection. Okay. All those in favor of proposal 8, please raise your hand at this time. Is your hand up, Ollie? 9 in favor, 10 in favor. Lower your hands, all those opposed. We got 1. Okay, and then any explicit abstentions? 1. Okay, it passes. Proposal number 9.
Proposal 9, transportation infrastructure.
Can you just speak to it
Yes,
briefly?
the state is not very good at maintaining roads. We think the private sector would do a better job, and we don't like government-funded public transit.
So private transport instead of public transport?
Yes.
And public infrastructure. Okay, is there a discussion? Mr. Reese?
I'm going to try and keep this as succinct as possible, that way we have a long rabbit holes. I'm of the opinion that the primary reason that nation-state entities were formed is to deal with roads. I think roads are one of the things the government actually intrusive line is better at than private infrastructure. I'm not going to go down the whole rabbit hole about it, that can go around for hours, but long story short, I think roads are one of the things the government's better at. And I oppose this in general.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reese. Dr. Reese?
Of the people attending this convention, what percentage used government-sponsored roads to arrive? 100%? I've got the floor. Of those who attempted to arrive here on government-sponsored roads, what percentage were unable to arrive? 0. I hardly call that a poor job.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reese. Mr. Seebeck?
I just like to point out that Dr. Reese's statement is a bit flawed on the basis that if you didn't make it to convention because of poor road quality, how would we know since you didn't make it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seebeck. Mr. Voss?
This is the only objectors to the last two. I support this. As an example, I'd invite you to look outside. If this construction were on schedule, that road would not be obstructed. I believe a private entity could have done that more efficiently and within budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Seebeck?
It's very simple. There are no private roads to get us to this convention in this state. There's no toll roads run by any private or public entity. There's no private roads, as far as I know. These sure in the hell ain't private roads. And let's be realistic. I-65 is a pothole-laden mess full of traffic jams. What should have been a 5.5-hour drive to get down here yesterday took 8 because of all the traffic jams in Birmingham and Montgomery. The infrastructure's terrible. Up in the north end, they're still trying to fix I-65 over the Tennessee River. Where's all of our gas taxes going to? Where's all of our license plate fees going to? Our government permission slips? They're not getting the job done. That's why this plank's here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mike Seebeck. Mr. Merritt?
Mr. Chair, I believe the gentleman just told you there's no toll roads here. Is that right? No toll roads? There are toll roads between Montgomery and Millbrook and between Montgomery and Wetumpka. Yeah, but there's 2 just near where I live.
Okay, there's some.
So I would correct the gentleman.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Merritt. Mr. John Seebeck?
I like to move to amend to add that we oppose toll roads as a restriction on freedom of movement.
I disagree.
I know you disagree. State your motion again.
I would like to move to amend that, to add the words, we oppose toll roads as being a restriction on freedom of movement.
We oppose toll roads as an okay. All right. Is there a second for Mr. John Seebeck's motion to amend?
What was the nature?
To add the language, we oppose toll roads as a restriction to the freedom of movement, or to that effect, essentially. Is there a second? The motion dies for lack of a second. Any other discussion or debate on this item? All right. yeah, the question's being called. Oh,
I have one thing to say.
hold on. There was a calling of the question from
sorry.
Mr. Lewis, and it sounds like there is an objection. So.
No, I'm not objecting to calling the question.
Okay. Well, if there's no objection calling the question, we are going to move straight on to the vote. All those, I think there is opposition on this one. So all those in favor of proposal number 9, please raise your hand at this time. I'm counting 5. Okay, all those opposed. Okay, it dies. We can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, 8 no's. Any, lower your hands. Is there any explicit abstentions? Any explicit abstentions? 0 explicit abstentions. And the proposal fails. We're now on 10.
All right, what have the Romans ever done for us anyway? Anyway. All right, proposal 10. This amends an existing platform plank. It takes the law enforcement and just adds one more sentence. We oppose any federal law enforcement activity without the explicit consent and cooperation of the local sheriff or police.
Okay, we have discussion, Mr.
No, please. Okay, can I say it?
Yeah, I mean, just project your voice.
Yeah. Long story short, I get where this is coming from. I think it's bad. And the reason is there are a lot of situations in which local law enforcement is incredibly corrupt. The way they deal with it is FBI or sometimes like our other administrative agencies, marshals, for example. You step in and take local control of a case. There was a case, I think 3 or 4 years ago. No, it was the first administration in the Southwest where the local sheriff was embezzling lots of money, and the way to deal with it was a federal window case. The marshal showed up and arrested him in his house. It's weird, but the reason we have the presumption of power to do in this country is because there are situations where local tyranny is being controlled by federal overreach. And that's the only time where the federal government is actually useful for that.
Okay.
There are times where it needs to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Mr. Voss.
I'd like to yield my time if anyone is here to speak in favor of this.
Mr. Mike Seebeck is wanting to speak in favor.
Then I'll go after you.
Okay. I have had 4 cops in my family. I've had a marshal, I've had a deputy sheriff, I've had 2 chiefs, and my stepmother is a dispatcher. I grew up in all this stuff. The purpose behind this is that the feds have specific roles to deal with in law enforcement. It deals with things that go across state lines. Does not deal with things that are internal to a state or internal to a municipality or a county. That is not their role. They have assumed that role over the years because of other issues. Okay? That's also why state police exist. That's why State Bureau of Investigation exists. Okay? This is about things like ICE invading communities and snatching people off the streets because of what they look like. This is about FBI raiding compounds of religious leaders because they didn't pay a $200 tax stamp to the IRS. This is about snipers shooting down women and holding their babies in cabin doors. This is not about corruption within law enforcement. This is about separation of proper police powers to where they're supposed to be.
Okay, sorry.
Can confirm.
Neither was Waco.
Okay. Mr. Voss, you have the floor.
I move to amend this
Okay.
to reflect Mr. Seebeck's excellent analysis and clarification of this. We oppose any federal law enforcement activity within a single state, within the matters of a single state. I open interpretation to exact wording to the floor. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I'd like to narrow this down.
give me a second. I'm just trying to get the wording for him.
We have just made
Is that the wording that you were?
I invite more specific wording from the floor, but that's essentially what I said.
Okay, before we get a second, any friendly amendments? This would be
Please.
the time.
So I think the problem here is we're trying to deal with a broader solution.
Mr. Reese, is this a friendly amendment to his?
Yes,
Okay.
the problem here, we're trying to make something to deal with the problem that the way this is written doesn't deal with. It's federal overreach in general, not the fact that they have to undercut the local police officers. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, but what's your amendment?
Please.
As I said earlier, we need wording.
Okay, so I don't hear any other friendly amendments before it has been seconded, so we're going to go ahead and ask for, is there a second to Mr. Voss's amendment to add in the words within the matters of a single state?
I have a different wording, but I don't know if I'd call it friendly or not.
Well, right now we're before a second has been done, and I haven't called the motion.
So.
Okay, the motion has been seconded, so any amendment to this language will be a motion to amend at this point.
Okay.
It's been seconded by Mr. Mike Seebeck. Ms. Seebeck.
Okay. To add, or to change rather, after a single state that cannot be handled correctly by state or local law enforcement.
All right, that cannot be handled.
Correctly or legally, or however that you want to put that. By state, county, or local law enforcement. What are you thinking, John?
I think the wording should be that local or state authorities fail to handle correctly.
Well, that's easy. The Fed gov just always say they fail to handle.
Okay, that might actually be better. I'm going to take my son's.
Okay, what's the wording?
After a single state, add the words that local or state authorities fail to handle correctly.
Well, says who?
I
A
would
federal
like to.
judge.
Yeah, but it's
So
going to
now
say
we're
that.
back to the same problem. Alpha.
No, he's right. Anytime, this just means that anytime the Fed gov wants to intervene, they just say, hey, they fail to handle it correctly.
All right, on him. All right, was there a second for Mr. John Seebeck's amendment to the amendment? You seconded? Okay, it was seconded by Ms. Seebeck. So this is what we are currently considering. Let me do this in yellow. Okay, so the yellow is what we are currently on. And there was, who called the question? I think Mr. Reese. Mr. Reese, you called the question on this? Okay, so Mr. Reese is calling the question on the amendment to the amendment. Is there any objection to the? So there's the proposal, there's the amendment to the proposal, and then we're on the amendment to the amendment to the proposal. Okay, is there any objection to the amendment to the amendment? There is an objection. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it, and the amendment to the amendment.
The yellow goes away, the green remains.
Okay, we are back on the amendment now.
Now we're back to the green text.
Okay, is there any further discussion or debate on the green text?
Yeah, there's are zillions of situations in which the federal government absolutely needs to be involved within the matters of a single state. For example, the desegregation of schools. Suppose Mississippi decided they were just going to start slavery again, and everyone in Mississippi was on board, 51%. How about the entire Bill of Rights? That's constitutional federal law. Who enforces that? I just think this is such a complicated issue, and if we want to get this right, it really needs to go back and capture the adequate text to get Mike Seebeck's stuff, which we all agree with. I mean, ICE is obviously totally insane, but to capture that without sounding like we're practically reinstituting the Confederacy is a complicated game, and we really need to get that right, or this is just going to sound wacko.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reese. Is there any further discussion or debate on the amendment? Ms. Paige Nelson.
So we're only discussing the
talking
matters
about-
within a single state.
The highlighted.
The green
Right.
text.
Within the matters of a single state.
Okay, so I skipped everybody. Y'all always let me skip. Anyway, we want to be able to let the state enforce its own laws. However, let me give you an example. Down in Dothan, Alabama, we have
Hold on, pause. I don't think everyone can hear you at the moment. It'll go off in a second. I hope.
I don't know well, I can probably talk over it.
All right, if you
can hear it. In Dothan, we have 2 county sheriffs. I want to give you an example of when things that are within a single state can't be.
1 second. All right, everyone, let's get it out of the dull roar. We're almost at the end here.
Well,
let's listen to Ms. Paige Nelson.
It would be helpful if we had a uncorrupted situation. But in Dothan, we have 2 single sheriffs who are also county commissioners. And when a young lady went down to complain about mistreatment of her son at the jail, one of those commissioners, sheriffs, is the head of the jail, and she was subsequently arrested on a trumped-up charge. So when we talk about this, we have a vision of an uncorrupted situation, but reality check. I mean, I can give you too many examples where we have to have some type of oversight, even if the local people are not conforming to the Constitution. There must be effective enforcement of our Constitution, even if the locals don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paige Nelson. Now, one thing is a lot of the debate so far has been on the original proposal and not specifically the... Okay, is there a second to calling the question?
I'll second.
A second. Is there any objection? It was seconded by Mr. Ganella.
The green text, yes.
Yeah, the green text. They're calling the question on the amendment. Mr. Reese is calling the question, seconded by Mr. Ganella. There is an objection. So all those in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. Okay. I mean, we could do a hand vote, but I'm pretty sure the voice was pretty clear, more than 2/3. Okay, we are now back on to...
Debating, the voting on the green text.
Yes, the voting of the green text. So is there objection to the highlighted text? Anyone with an objection to it? Ms. Paige Nelson? You object to it? Okay. All those in favor of the green text being added to this proposal, raise your hand at this time. I count 9. 9 in favor. All those opposed? I count 3. Any explicit abstentions? We got 1. So 9-3-1. It passed. Yes, it passes. So now it is as amended. All right, we're back on the main proposal. For anyone who wants to debate the main proposal, Mr. Lewis.
Let's see. Tell me what I can do here. I think we should send this back to the platform committee. No, I us can say them however he wants.
Yeah,
to
I think that's
indefinitely,
what it would be.
back to the committee,
You're making a
like-
motion to refer to the platform committee.
Yeah, I think they need to go back to us.
Okay, we have a motion to refer to a committee. We have a second.
Point of information?
Yes.
Next platform training? Because this one dissolves if it's.
I think it was implied the next platform committee. Okay, is there any objection to sending it back to committee? Any objection? Huh?
No, the whole
Just
this whole
this
of
proposal,
10.
this blue text with the highlight, all that blue text. That's the proposal at the moment, as amended. So we would be sending this back to the platform committee.
Just number 4. Just number 4 alone.
Yeah, just the blue text. Okay, is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, it's been referred to committee.
Having finished to proposal 10, we are now at the point where we can deal with proposal 5. It is ready.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to take this proposal back off the table.
Okay, we have a motion to take it off the table. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, it is off the table and
Now I'd
onto
like
the floor.
to propose to amend it according with this language.
Or let me hand it to me. I'll type it up because it needs to go on the screen. And this was proposal 5?
Yes.
I'm assuming you were just wanting to add charter schools?
Yes.
Yep, because you also changed the order of a few of those things, but they were all included, so. Okay. Uh-huh. Right, and then it's everything after this. You like the Oxford comma?
Oxford comma, yeah. Love it. Keep it.
Okay. And if it wasn't clear, we're standing at ease as I get this done. Okay, Ms. Paige Nelson, can you see the screen? Does that comport with the amendment you're trying to make?
We need to add more to the yellow. The yellow doesn't cover everything.
Oh, okay, gotcha. It was, yeah, right here. Okay.
So in other words, coming out of the situation that we're in, that each student is going to be individually given the opportunity to be evaluated and transition to whichever position that is best for them. Not knowing that we can't make their parents do homeschool if they're on crack, okay? But there could be maybe some type of boarding school that would be kind of, but we don't want to subsidize it, so I don't want to.
Okay. All right, is there any debate or discussion on this item? Doesn't look like there's any debate or discussion on this amendment. Is there an objection to this amendment? There is an objection. Okay. All those in favor of Ms. Paige Nelson's amendment, which is all the text in yellow, please say aye. Okay, we're going to have to do a raise of hand because it was a little bit grouped. All right, so everyone in favor, please raise your hand at this time. No, we are. Right. All right, I count 10 ayes. All right, all against? All right, I see 4 against. Any explicit abstentions? I see 0. The amendment passes, and we're now back to the proposal.
So I guess my question for the chair would be the line here, the student should be the focus after their individual situations are evaluated. Evaluated by whom? Evaluated by whom? And that would be the question for me for why this is in here. I believe it's too ambiguous.
Okay. I would say evaluated by the system being disbanded. In other words, I would say that it would have to be, they would need to be evaluated for the best fit by, I mean, if we cannot require children to go to school, but if we do, then those children would need to be evaluated with against a standardized system. So if you're better for just doing things with your hands, why route you to college? If you're so by whom? Yeah, that's a good question. By whom would be, I would say, whatever type of educational protocols we are going to put in place to route these children back into the care of their families or what have you. Because even if you send someone back to a crack house, how's that child going to have a future? That is my issue. If you're just going to close the school and send them home, and that was the way that they got food every day because there was never any, because of the whole system has been broken for so long. So I would just say before the schools can be disbanded, so I would say by the school system being eliminated. So that would be my amendment to this. I would motion, then that's already been approved. So
Yeah, it's already approved. We're back on the proposal. You were just kind of defending that. I get it. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Voss.
I stand in opposition to this. It seems like this is saying we oppose public schooling in favor of all of these options, but yet at the very end of it, students should be sorted for various forms of public schooling. Sorry, that's how it reads to me.
Okay.
Who's evaluating them?
Yeah, also, who is evaluating them other than the state?
What does total environment mean, and who provides the need for transition?
Okay.
They evaluate them. Don't worry about it. Hey, Sam? I would just motion to send that one back to the committee too, because they're gonna need to do that. There's more to this. It's not as
All right.
simple as either.
All right, there's a motion to refer. It's been seconded. Okay, is there any debate? No. Is there any objection to referring this back to committee? Hearing and seeing none, it is referred back to committee, and I believe that takes us to
That
the
finishes the.
Okay. I have a bylaws proposal from the floor. And I have the text here, but I'd like to give the reason for why the text is important, and the text will appear on the screen once it's provided. But I'm just going to give the reason for why this is important first.
Okay, hey, we're almost done with business. I want us to get done as much as the next person. This is the very, very last thing, everybody. So if we can all pipe down and let Mr. Merritt speak to it as I type this up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason that this text here that you're going to see on the screen momentarily is important is that there are people that are somewhat stranded. They are in a county that doesn't have a county affiliate, and they are next to people that also don't have county affiliates, but they cannot organize together. They must organize separately. And so, for example, currently in our language, if we had, let's say, an organized affiliate in Marengo, and Dallas is right next to that county, people in Dallas could join with Marengo. But let's say we only had one individual in Marengo and one individual in Dallas, they could not make an affiliate together in order to get the structural inertia going. The purpose of this is to allow those people to get a county affiliate going so that they can get structural momentum so that we can have a county affiliate in one of those counties and then get county ballot access. And once we have major party status, which is what the language will be here, which essentially means ballot access for all use cases, then they will have to not allow anybody that is not a legal resident of that county from being on the executive committee or voting at county conventions. But it's basically to allow them to be able to empower everybody that is maybe stranded to get their structural inertia going that they're lacking right now, because they cannot organize together.
Did old language previously allow this?
Old language did previously allow this to happen. That is the case, yes. Now, this is a little bit different. This is not regional affiliates in the same sense as before. This is a county affiliate that is being allowed to be made by people from multiple counties. A little bit different, but basically the same.
Let's wait till he gets it up there first.
See, we used, just, I guess in Florida, we had like, we had a regional meeting, we only had like 4 groups. We had smaller groups though.
Right.
It's crazy, but it's not crazy. It's going to be a tough time. But if you want to build structural inertia where you don't have it, there's legal problems. But I mean, there's legal problems for us every time we try to do ballot access.
Can we strike the word now?
Now?
At the very last.
Sure, you can strike that. So as you can see, the language here essentially is me extricating how they have to follow the law, because that's the complication, is once you gain major party status, then you can't have members in the county that are part of the county executive committee. You can't have them be voting at your conventions and stuff like that. They cannot be legal residents and do that. That's the whole reason we got rid of regional affiliates before, and this is a hope to be able to allow people to organize, but still try to follow the law at the same time, ultimately to build structural inertia.
Okay, before we get too far on this, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Mr. Boyd first. Okay.
Thank you, Elisha.
Okay. This is the question, and all of this is new, my understanding. Okay, Mr. Boyd.
Motion to amend, strike now from the last sentence.
Okay. We have an amendment to the, oh, actually, hold on. Before we do that, we technically need to do it one vote first. We need a 3/4 vote for the consideration of this proposal. Well, I mean, we're just going to go to the vote. Is there any objection to considering this bylaws amendment proposal? Hearing and seeing none, we are past that part, and we are now to the amendment to the proposal from Mr. Boyd, which is striking the word now. All conversation should be specifically about the striking of this word or something germane to it. Is there anything? Seconded by Mr. Merritt. Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to Mr. Boyd's amendment to the proposal? Hearing and seeing no objection, it is now incorporated.
Awesome.
Okay. And we are back to the proposal itself. Mr. Seebeck.
Yes, move to amend non-legal residents to be non-residents.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay. Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Seebeck and it was seconded by Mr. Voss, or? Mr. Merritt, sorry. Seconded by Mr. Merritt.
Did now not get deleted?
Oh, it was supposed to be deleted. That's right, sorry. Okay, legal. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate on this change? Is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none, it is amended. Okay, we're now at this. Okay, Mr. or Dr.
Yeah,
Reed.
I have another amendment to propose, and I'm reading directly from section 17-6-22 of the state code, political parties, not included on ballot, ... The language here we really have to get right, because we're now like dealing with how we interface with state law. Major party status is not a legal term used in state law. State law uses simply the term political party. However, in our case, since we use that in other places, I recommend that I propose that wherever we use the term major party status, we replace that with political party as defined by the Secretary of State. I realize it's wordy.
Pause. We did this earlier. Remember, party recognized by the Secretary of State? Wordage from earlier?
Well, but we can't, major party status doesn't mean anything in state law, and this needs to be conformal to state law.
We used party recognized by the Secretary of State earlier today.
Great, let's use it right here.
All right,
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And I would actually speak in favor of Dr. Reese's amendment because that was the whole point. If you read, it says must follow state law, and so I agree.
I realize it's wordy.
Seconded.
But this needs to get real strict.
And now I said that after he seconded it.
I seconded and I said that.
I just want to know objection. All right, what else we got to hammer out? This is right. This one's really complicated. Must follow state law when it's achieving political party status as defined by the Secretary of State. Political party status. Voting at county conventions hold voting members of said party. Yeah, you simplify that. I got some. Oh, well, as soon as we're done. Disallow any non-residents of the county from.
It's not like a cop.
All right, so right now the wording is party members residing in unorganized counties may collaborate in forming a county affiliate or may join an organized affiliate, but must follow state law once achieving status as recognized by the Alabama Secretary of State, and disallow any non-residents of the county from voting at county convention or holding a county executive committee positions in the county affiliate that has. And then we do it again. Real quick, before we finalize this with like a second and everything, maybe we just make that second one such status.
Perfect, that's fine. It'll be redundant, that's clear. Where you have major party the first time, it should say political party status.
Thank you.
That's very literal, and that's like literally what they say in code. You gotta get this.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, this has gotta be real to go right.
Thank you. That was, I was going to ask that
How
question.
about you say from formal membership, and just leave all the rest of the words out? Right? We know what that is. So, if I can amend my amendment and just put a few more words.
No, no, no.
Okay.
Stop it for a second. Okay. So right now, we need a space there. Right now, the wording is to change the amendment by replacing major with political, and then, man, yeah, we're kind of in a mess. But all right, this is the current wording of the amendment. Everything in yellow and red is the amendment to this proposal.
Mr. Chair, call the question on that.
All right, was there any objection to just going to a vote? Hearing and seeing none.
For the whole thing?
No, for the amendment.
Okay.
All right, is there any objection to Dr. Reese's amendment? Hearing and seeing none, it is now amended thusly. Okay?
Well, we got another major party status late, yeah. Okay, I see. Okay, you gotta get that out there.
Thank you.
And you're just gonna such status. Okay, great. You could delete the as recognized for the second one, iteration of as recognized by the Alabama Secretary of State, right?
Shut up, please. Hold question, we're done.
Wait, no. I think that was the intention of that one.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify my amendment request. And that is exactly how I'm requesting the amendment.
All right. And just is there any objection to how this is worded as amended, in the sense of like any of these amendments? All right, hearing none. This is the text that we are going to be voting on. Any further discussion or debate?
Yes, I have another amendment I would like to propose to this. Listen, you guys, this has been something we've been trying to fix for 5 years. We're going to try to get this right. All right? 5 years we've been working on this.
Thank you, but let's get to
Okay, fair enough. So I would like to propose an amendment that begins at the end of disallow any non-residents of the county from, and then I would like to strike the remainder and say formal participation in the political party. We all know what that means. We don't need to identify all the various things.
All right, so to make sure I get this correct, you want to strike everything after from and then replace
Correct.
it? Okay.
Formal participation in the political party, period. Do you like that? I'll change it if you want on the floor. Nope. It's not a county political party. It's a political party.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
Dr.
it
Reese,
is.
making sure I get your county from, say it one more time.
Formal participation in the political party. Now, I know you guys think this is such a way.
Political party or county affiliate?
Political party is super important here. I promise you.
I think you need to clarify newly formed or something, only because the beginning starts with party members. And so party members obviously refers to employee members.
It does. Okay, so if you want to get more, the political party as recognized by the SOS. That's the best. That's the only way we can clarify it anymore. And I think we're worth spending words here. This has got to be really exact. I hate adding words, but this one really. we've been going around in circles for this for 5 years, and I would love to get it right. I'd love to see you guys able to succeed with this too. The irony of this is I voted this exact thing down and led voting it down 3 years ago, so it's funny.
Okay, Dr. Reese.
Yes,
can
sir.
you confirm that the wording
Yeah,
is...
give me a second. Party members residing on
Oh, and I need to actually...
collaborate in forming...
Yeah, it does. So
county
everything
affiliate or may
after...
join an organized affiliate, but must follow state law once achieving party status, serving to the evidence secretary state, and disaligning on the state from formal participation in the political party. In the, what if we go formal participation in the Alabama state recognized political party period? Okay, I just think it's a little more elegant.
All right, is there a second for Dr. Reese's amendment? Seconded by Mr. Lewis. All right, we are, is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing no objection to this amendment, we now strike this. And this is now the wording of the proposal. Is there any further discussion or debate?
I'm calling a question.
Hold on before you do that. All right, there's no further discussion or debate, so we're just going straight to the vote. Yep. Yeah, I got you. All right. Is there any objection to this proposal as amended? Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the bylaw amendment proposal. Okay. Okay, Mr. Reese moves to adjourn, and Mr. Seebeck seconded. Is there any objection to adjourning? Hearing and seeing none, we are now adjourned at 5:53.